And we are live, or at least it looks like it. Hey, everybody, this is Roberto Blake helping you create something awesome today. Welcome back. Today, we're going to be doing something really interesting. We're going to actually be doing a training on YouTube thumbnails, and I'm going to be teaching how to make perfect thumbnails today. And we're also going to, later in the stream, we're going to do some channel reviews. So that'll be a little later. Make sure you're looking at the description for the rules on the channel reviews, and we'll go ahead and we'll get those taken care of for you. We also are going to be doing something special for the channel members. Channel members are going to be able to call into the show using StreamYard. So that's actually something we're going to be doing that's a little bit different. And I want to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and broadcast this as well to Facebook as well as my Facebook group so that those folks get a chance to watch it live. So we're going live over there as well. Thanks to our good friends at StreamYard who are sponsoring today's video. So shout out to our friends over at StreamYard. And for those of you who don't know, StreamYard is the best overall streaming service for wanting to do live streams really easy and simply. Bringing guests. It's what's going to allow us to do our call-in shows here on the weekend on the YouTube channel. So I'm actually really excited about this. And so definitely shout out to StreamYard for basically making the simplest and best streaming app, plugin, whatever you want to call it, in the land. So we've got a lot of other cool surprises going on here. And we are going to be doing two different things when it comes to showing you guys how to make your thumbnails here. We're actually going to be doing a full tutorial here in Photoshop. And so we'll definitely have that. We're also going to show you how to do it in Canva. And I actually am also going to invite my good friend Viper and see if he's available to come into the stream today and co-host. So that's going to be on the agenda. But I'm really excited about everything we have going on. Thank you, everybody who has done super chats or is doing them. We have about 100 people in the stream today, which is pretty awesome. Thank you for giving me part of your weekend. So live production tips and tools. Thank you for the $13.99 Canadian. Another super chat for a channel review if possible. Thank you. Just remember, we are going to be doing channel reviews and they're going to be just a little bit later. Thank you also to, I see a super chat here that I missed that was super early from the lead attorney, another fellow Atlanta creator. So thank you. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So $13.99 is over 20 USD. Actually, I noticed that because it is over 20 USD because it is color coded. So that's super interested. Her healthy home. Thank you as well. Appreciate you. And yes. Salute, Roberto. Love your content. Thank you, lead attorney. Big shout out to lead attorney, another large YouTuber here from the Atlanta area. And we have some love in the chat for StreamYard. So one of the things I want to do is before we get into the tutorials around YouTube thumbnails, I want to go over something very important for you. Believe it or not, YouTube thumbnails are make or break for the success of your YouTube channel. I want to show you something that I think you're going to find really fascinating if you actually get to see this for yourself on YouTube, because I think a lot of you have some misconceptions and myths about YouTube, and it's not even your fault. It is the culture of YouTube. So I want to show you something. I'm very, very transparent about sharing some of my own information, my data, and my experiences here when it comes to YouTube. So I want to show all of you something that will put this into perspective. So this is my YouTube channel right now. By the way, if you want to be able to call into the show later today, make sure that you are using the join feature and you become a channel member today. We're going to have a lot of things coming up for our channel members, including exclusive content, but also you'll be able to get on a video call with me via link for StreamYard, and you'll be able to join the live show. We have 100 plus folks watching now. I think that might, if you guys share this out, we can get that to 200. And thank you to anyone watching the replay. There's going to be tons of stuff for you. But I want to show you the difference between views on YouTube, and that's entirely based on something you may not realize. Views on YouTube are based on really three main factors, and that is topic, title, and thumbnail. We call those the Trinity. Those are the holy trinity for YouTube: topic, title, and thumbnail. And to give you a perspective on exactly how important topic, title, and thumbnail is, I've had videos that were filmed back to back. This is why when people tell you, oh, just make quality content is purely the answer, it's not a complete answer. I don't want to necessarily say, I mean, for clickbait, I could just make a video titled YouTubers are lying to you, and that would be clickbait. And I might make that video, believe it or not, but I don't think people are intentionally lying to you when they say, oh, just make quality content. That might be their experience, but I want you to understand something. If you look at these videos, I literally filmed my YouTube videos more or less back to back. Mostly the setup, color grading, camera, audio, almost everything is consistent for my YouTube videos. So why is it some YouTube videos can get 90,000 views and other videos get 9,000 views and they're filmed back to back? Why? Live streams are different, obviously, because of they're just longer and they're different in the algorithm. But why is it that if I film something the same week, literally the same week, and is the same shot, same editing style, hell, sometimes same wardrobe, the difference can be twice as many views, or it can be 10x the number of views? And I'm going to tell you why. It is topic, title, and thumbnail. It is the Trinity. Trio. It is trio. Okay?
Bruh.
And so that is what makes the difference. There are more people that have anxiety about YouTube monetization and can click on that because it's their first step. There's a larger market for beginners than people who are trying to do paid brand deals. Paid brand deals is a smaller ecosystem. There are more people starting a YouTube channel than are in the process of trying to get monetized. So there's just more people for that. Passive income is going to be more appealing than finding a profitable niche, because this is for getting started. This is for making $1,000 a month. It's a reasonable goal. For some people, that's their main goal. So it's the topic, the title, and the thumbnails. And presentation is everything, and thumbnails can make a difference. That's why in a couple of weeks, we're going to do an entire workshop on your topics and titles. That's something that is planned. You may have noticed that in terms of upcoming live streams, we have some upcoming live streams planned, and we have a live stream that's planned to teach you to make the perfect titles that get clicks, and to teach you about titles and topics. So you'll make sure you want to subscribe, hit notifications, and that one's scheduled for April 16th, 2022, 3 p.m. We're going to do that on a Saturday because I normally stream on Sundays, but it's going to be Easter. And so everyone's going to be with family and stuff like that. So we're just going to do it that way. We're just going to do it and switch the schedule up a little bit. But yeah, but that's why we're focusing so hard. We're focusing so hard on thumbnails, because they really do make a difference in your ability to get views, but so do your topics and titles, and they have to work together. They have to work together. And you can see it in the view counts here. You see in the view counts, it's not the quality. It's not the editing. The editing and the quality was the same between these videos. The amount of length of time, my video that's the longest performed the best out of the last 10 videos that weren't live streams. Out of the last 10 videos that weren't live streams. And so short videos don't necessarily perform better. And you can see the evidence yourself, because again, I'm rolling over this. This is literally shot the same week. This was all shot the same week. So that just kind of proves to you that, and just anecdotally, even just from my channel, obviously I've looked at this for other channels. I've consulted with this with other YouTubers. This is something that people really underestimate the value of, is that it's topic, title, and thumbnail. And in the order that I would say it matters, I would almost go topic, thumbnail, and title. So what's the most important thing for getting more views on YouTube and getting consistent views and ultimate channel growth? Well, before you ever get to the quality of your content, It's the packaging of your content, because all someone has to make a decision about when it comes to your content is, how does it show up in the YouTube's homepage? How does it show up in recommended videos and next up? So that's either the sidebar if they are on desktop, it's below the video if they're on mobile. So it's those suggested videos. It's the homepage feed, or when they're scrolling and refreshing and swiping down on their mobile devices. Most traffic's from YouTube. So it's down to that. And so that's down to, am I interested in the topic? Yes or no? Can't watch a video that's not exciting, interesting, or appealing, or getting my attention. So your first opportunity is a filter on the topic. The thumbnail's got to catch my eye and stop me from scrolling. Then I read the title. And so I'm like, okay, I'm interested in the topic here. I'm reading the title and thumbnail to kind of derive the topic. And so, okay, can I click on this? And then once you click on it, then that's where performance on camera and production with your lighting, camera, audio, and then your storytelling and editing and all of that happens afterward. So your packaging matters first, then it's your production and your post-production and your performance quality and your personality. All of that comes after packaging. Books are judged by their covers. Everyone's filtered on their appearance and their aesthetic, and that's how it is. So you have to have topics that get attention, titles that are enticing, and thumbnails that can, incite us to click. You have to have attractive thumbnails, attention-getting headlines and topics. That's just how it is. And so the stream will be viewable when it's done. So there will be a replay here. And this is also why I'm trying to create as much replay value as I can for you. But real quick, I do want to get to some of these super chats. And by the way, don't worry, I'm bookmarking the super chats so that we know to go to you for channel reviews. So the Dark Cosmos, thank you for the $30 super chat. You do scary stories and creepypastas. We will get to you when we get to the channel reviews. Her Healthy Home, we'll be doing yours as well. Lead Attorney, you don't need a channel review, so I assume you're just supporting and you're showing some love here. And then, of course, live production tips and tools will definitely be getting to your channel, since yours is the equivalent in Canadian of $20 USD. And then we have Who Will Watch the Watchmen. I assume you are looking for a review as well. Big fan of the show and the comic book series Watchmen. So yes. ZH says, Roberto, I'm unable to super chat, but really appreciate an answer on this. How do you approach coming up with a channel name? I will do a dedicated video about that. The main thing is to either pick something with regard to your actual name on YouTube, if you're going to be an educator, a stage name, if you're going to be a performer. If you are picking, if you don't know what your niche is, it's hard to pick a channel name. And ultimately, you can't just come up with something clever. I will come up with tips. I will make a dedicated video at some point in the next couple of weeks on tips for naming your YouTube channel. But a lot of it comes down to, it needs to be easy to spell, easy to say out loud, and easy to remember. So those are your main rules. Is it easy to spell, easy to remember, and is it easy to say out loud and pronounced? And then you have to think about, do you want to be be able to be found in search? Do you want to tie it to something? Do you want to say what type of channel you are? Or do you feel like you're pigeonholed in case you change your mind later? If you put gaming in your channel, you're stuck in gaming and you're stuck with that niche forever. If it ends up being your channel URL and channel name are different. So you could be stuck with that. I've made the mistake sometimes of naming my channels the wrong thing and trying to be clever. So the main thing is, I would say, don't try to be clever. We have a super sticker. Thank you for Consumer Appliance Report. That is interesting. $9 super chat. We got a new member, Mentology Health Awareness. So again, for channel members, for the paying channel members, what I'm going to do is later in the stream, I'm going to drop a link for you to join via StreamYard with your webcam and your microphone. Make sure your audio is good to go and that you have all of that in place. Frost FM also makes a good point. Some names are too long and it makes it hard to remember. It also makes them hard to show up in terms of truncating with YouTube with your channel. So keep character limits in mind with titles, thumbnails, and channel names. You know, that is a thing. And so we're going to go into the thumbnails here. So one of the things I want to do is I definitely want to show you guys here in Photoshop, which I'm about to add here to the screen. I'm going to share this for you. I want to go through some basics for thumbnails in Photoshop. I'm going to show you guys some effective thumbnails, and then we're going to move on, and I'm going to show you thumbnails that how to make them from scratch. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to start with what an effective thumbnail is. So let's see, let's make this a little bit wider to make this easier to follow along with. Let's see if we can get that to be something reasonable for y'all. Whoops. All right, so this is a plain Photoshop whiteboard here in terms of just a new Photoshop file. I'm going to open up a recent file. And I'm going to show you some different thumbnails and how I approach them. So let's see. I'm going to open up a couple of different thumbnails to just give you kind of a variety, and I'm going to explain these and I'm going to break them down. Then I'm going to teach you the individual techniques for advanced thumbnails. And then I'm going to show you the way that certain large YouTubers, I'm going to basically recreate the thumbnail. I'm going to recreate the thumbnail styles of certain YouTubers, but I'm going to show you how to make some of the thumbnails that I make and how they work. Oh, wow, we have a couple of great super chats here. Just want to acknowledge those real quick. Make sure you're reading the rules around the channel reviews if you want channel reviews, and that you're following those accordingly. And thank you to StreamYard for having a feature where I can actually look at the starred and highlighted super chats so that I can keep track of this, because that actually makes it easier later. Hey, Roberto, love your content. I do content on beard and grooming content, getting into a little lifestyle content as well. Okay, that sounds dope. Happy to definitely review that. Recently returned and changed the theme of my thumbnails. There'll be variety in color and depending on category. That's actually smart. Color coding your thumbnails is actually really smart. It's something that I actually came up with a long time ago. Simply Pops, what's up? I make tech and gaming videos, but the views aren't really that consistent. Review. Okay, I have some thoughts on that. I definitely have some thoughts on that. So let's look at this thumbnail. This is a thumbnail for a video that I've been working on. This is a video that I actually have coming up. I have not made this video yet, but it actually goes into what we're talking about with colors and themes. So content I have around video editing, a lot of times I like to use purple because that's actually goes in line with video editing tutorials. And see, the title of this is really about my video editing setup. And the reason I did this thumbnail, which seems a little weird, but we'll see how this performs when I do it. But I just want to show you a different thumbnail that doesn't rely on my face or anything like that. It's because the payoff for this video is how it's a spectacle video in a way about how expensive my video editing setup is, but how elaborate it is. And these price tags kind of are the selling point, along with how cool the desk looks and how high contrast it is. But I want to show you something here in Photoshop. If I take away the effects, here, and then let's say I group all of these dollar signs, which I can do in Photoshop, and we can just label this dollar signs, and then I'll show you how I make these things. But let's reduce this down to when it was just a photo. So this is just the photo. And you can see here, there are no effects on this photo. And you can just see this clean desk. I don't know that that would be enough in order to really sell it, so to speak, right? But if let's say we had was, and we can move this to the top, by the way, we can move this to the top layer. Let's say all we had was this. That's not the worst thumbnail. And that might still be an A/B testing option where you can A/B test these thumbnails. But what makes it pop and makes the contrast work is this. So the thing is, my two A/B testing styles for the thumbnail for this, that's a product-based thumbnail, is going to be just leaving the price here so it's super readable even on mobile, pumping up the contrast with a levels and a curves layer in Photoshop to just really make this pop and make the screen stand out more. And you can see the difference it makes just by adding these two layer effects. You can see the difference in how it pops and how it makes the text more readable. Now, again, the dollar signs I think makes it interesting, but it may or may not work as a concept. But I can take them on or take them off. And so I can live with that either way. But that's just a concept thumbnail that doesn't involve my face. Now, in terms of something that involves my face, this is an interesting concept for a thumbnail. And we're going to at least start with concepts, and then I'll show you Photoshop techniques. So in terms of concepts, this isn't that bad because this makes it obvious that it's about YouTube. But here's something that could make it maybe better or more interesting, because this as a concept may not work as much as I think it's clever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change something specific. I'm going to just do something really simple here, and I think a lot of you are going to you're going to get it. If I change this, the tone starts to get just a little bit different. And then what if I do this? What if I go ahead and I get a brush? And again, I'm going to show you how to do these things, but right now I'm just kind of using this as a teaching moment. So I'm going to get a brush. I'm going to turn this into a completely different style of YouTube thumbnail by just getting a brush and switching between black and red here with my brush tool. And I'm going to make this look a little bit darker and more serious instead of using that blue. I'm going to go a different route with this. I'm going to go a completely different route with this thumbnail. Actually, I'm going to erase a little bit of that. And I'm going to make it dramatic, and I'm going to add tension by going with this black and red. And a lot of you have seen me use this thumbnail style of this black and red to create drama and tension before. A lot of you have actually seen me do this effectively, and it works very well. It works very well in terms of getting people to take a video seriously and getting them to click. Part of the reason is that black and red are two very high contrast colors that immediately get our visual attention. That's part of it. And the thing is, it also isolates this. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here. This is me. And watch this. I'm going to adjust the curves, and I'm going to make myself pop, and I'm going to like increase the contrast and the drama and the tension that way. And so I made very simple change in edits, and this thumbnail is already infinitely better than what I started with. I'm also going to go ahead and I'm going to change this text, and I'm going to make this a little bit of a brighter red. And look at that. All of a sudden, that thumbnail is worlds away. And I think, and we're going to do a snapshot here so that I have a snapshot. I'm going to show you basically before and after. This is what we started with, which is not a terrible thumbnail. This is a much better thumbnail to click on in terms of YouTube's mistakes. It's an infinitely better thumbnail. It's an infinitely better thumbnail. So literally just by changing that, this thumbnail will be stronger. It'll be easier to click on, easier to understand the concept, easier to know what's going on, better contrast values, and you can immediately see why this thumbnail would perform better in YouTube. And it's a much better implementation of the idea. This is nice enough. This is not a bad thumbnail, but in terms of its effectiveness, I would call this thumbnail a 3 out of 5. And you should always try to rate your thumbnails and say, well, is this thumbnail a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? And so a thumbnail that I would say is average or passable is a 3. Above average is a 4. Effective, really super effective, is going to be a 5. And if your thumbnail's a 1, it's lazy, it's low effort, it's you like, and I'll give you examples of what's a 1. If you haven't done any thing to try to maybe sharpen the subject, if you haven't added any contrast and it's a very flat photo, that's an aspect of something being a 1. If you're not going to bother to do any editing or like kind of remove anything from the background or do anything like that, but you at least touched up the photo and everything like that, it might be a 2. It might be a 2. To basically meet the basic requirements of a YouTube thumbnail, I think you have to have do something where you worked on the actual photo and did some photo editing. I think that you might need to sharpen and edit and do some like contrast adjustment to the subject if it's a human face. And so that's a part of making just a better, more effective thumbnail. And then in terms of things you can do after that, text isn't necessary, but I think that foreground, background elements, in most cases, if you're using a human face, it's different. If you're just doing a product thing, that could be different. But colors, applying color theory correctly, that's a prerequisite of a good thumbnail. Applying elements and icons effectively, that's a prerequisite of a good thumbnail. Okay, just there's these different things. Being able to correctly do color contrast, background elements, the simplicity of execution, those things do well. Was the photo and the emotion behind the photo properly staged? Was it properly staged? That makes the difference. Now, in terms of some people are saying that they actually like the blue and red contrast. It does work, but I think if I'm saying mistakes or something, it has a slightly negative or dramatic tonality, the black works better. I will give you examples of where things like this blue and red could work better. This TikTok versus YouTube could be a really good example, but I'll show in terms of YouTube Shorts. But I'll show you what I think is a problem with this. Is I think that I actually, in a lot of ways, if it's YouTube Shorts versus TikTok, I kind of actually got this wrong with making the YouTube play button the most prominent thing. I should have used, and it's recognizable enough now, I should have used the YouTube Shorts icon and made that the bigger thing here. And so I should have made that bigger. I might not even need this one in terms of YouTube. Or if I go this route, instead of using these small YouTube Shorts icons, what I probably should have done and what actually might be better and be a better look, and this is why you should always revisit your ideas, by the way. You should always revisit your ideas. I think it's actually better and more effective if and what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the stroke size on this here a little bit. What might be better and more effective is if I actually shrink down this YouTube logo and I use these sparingly and strategically at angles, make this smaller probably. If I use these effectively, and again, they may not need to stay. I may not need to use them at all, depending on how this concept goes, but it's probably more practical and is more visible and makes a little bit more sense to say, go this route and probably move myself up a little bit more. I can make this a little bit more dramatic with a stronger, more spread out drop shadow here, make it more pronounced. And so that makes the YouTube Shorts much more prominent. The TikTok sign can and probably should be better. I mean, bigger. It should be bigger. And it should be much more prominent like this. And I can probably give it a stroke outline. So, and I can make that probably, let's make that a stroke of maybe 12 pixels. And all of a sudden, this is much more interesting than what we had. And there's things I could do with like the TikTok logo as well. But this is actually a much stronger overall concept. And using these color schemes, I think, is much more practical and effective. And this makes this, and this actually makes it a little bit more clear kind of what's going on in terms of this concept or this image, and makes it a little bit more obvious. Now, if I want to try to like create more tension with this, let's see. If I wanted to create more tension with this in terms of text, I would have to come up with something clever, but not too clever. Something that makes total sense and is like obvious in terms of what its value proposition is. And what I could probably do is I like this line from Godzilla from a couple of years ago. Uh, that's like this line. There's this line in a Godzilla movie called "Let Them Fight," um, and I've always liked that line when it comes to something like this because it's like, okay, they compete and we win. So I'm just gonna like center this text real quick. And again, I don't know if I keep this. This is why you need to experiment. Even if you're me, you need to experiment. You need to see if something's working or if it isn't. But I do kind of like the tension that this might add to it. And the thing is, this text does not need to sit like completely aligned. It's more interesting if it doesn't. So again, just keep in mind, do something that's interesting. I've left room for the timestamp in the bottom right corner. Never put anything important in the bottom right corner. So like you see how we can literally evolve a concept. And I'm going to show you before and after again, and how just revisiting an idea for a thumbnail. This is before, this is after. This is before, this is after. Like, and this makes a difference. And again, doing little subtle things, moving this YouTube logo a little bit more behind my hat, maybe making it a little bit smaller, creating some interplay there. Let's see. I could probably create another copy of this, put it over here, slightly off to the side, a little bit smaller. I could probably make a teeny version of the TikTok. What it might even be better in some contrasty things might be to make small clones of this TikTok logo and make this super tiny and put it on this side and have them kind of at war with each other. And what I do is change that stroke, set that down to something like 4 or something like that. It's like, make things, make some of this a little subtle. Bring this where it sits maybe in front of me. Just create some like depth here or there. Doesn't have to be anything over the top or too much. Just a little bit something to tweak some of this a little bit. And so it's subtle changes. It's about making subtle changes. It's about small tweaks making a difference. There, that might be a little bit more subtle. So these are the things that I think can make a difference in the effectiveness of your thumbnails overall. And so these are, again, I'm teaching you like kind of concepts and methodology. I'm going to show you how to make a thumbnail completely from scratch, by the way. So you definitely want to make sure you're staying tuned for that. We're going to do some timestamps and everything else. I just want to shout out some of the super chats here and also some of the comments in the chat. Again, Office Mystic says, I recently returned and changed the theme of my thumbnails. There will be some variety in color and image depending on category. No, I like that. I mean, I do similar things. Let's see. I just need an outsider point of view on thumbnails and title. I think I have good thumbnails and titles, but what's good to me may not be good to others. Absolutely. It's important to keep that in mind. Maggie, the substitute teacher, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Lead attorney recommended, so I'm new here and happy to learn. Thank you. And definitely make sure all of y'all are sharing out the stream. I really do appreciate it. It does help the channel out when all of you share the live streams and you help us. And just remember, toward the end of the stream, we will be doing a call-in session for paying channel members. So you have the opportunity to join. Just make sure you hit the link in the description and you join and become a channel member today, or hit the join button. Guru James says, I've noticed that big face pictures are the thing now. They've actually always been. A lot of the issue is mobile devices, and a lot of you may be taking the fact that viewers do see YouTube on mobile devices. You may be taking that for granted. And so the effectiveness of thumbnails, you got to look at it from the perspective of the viewer of what's going to work for them on mobile devices. And that's also, we take into consideration things like the bottom right-hand corner being where timestamps show up is important to your design. A Dose of Wellness says, does your thumbnail colors have to be the same as your brand colors? They do not have to be. I make the individual thumbnail colors what I think are effective for the thumbnail, instead of based on whatever my personal brand colors or logo colors are. Adrian says, colors make a huge difference when it comes to effective thumbnails, and that gets clicks. Yes, it does. Saturation, contrast, these elements go a long way. And like I said, just even touching yourself up a bit. And we can do this with things like curves adjustment. And again, you can do this with curves adjustment. I can do something where I do an adjustment here. In terms of hue and saturation, I can add a clipping mask to myself. And if I go and I adjust the hue and saturation, if I increase the saturation, but not too much on my face, and also, let's see, I can adjust lightness. And so that's actually a lot better. That looks actually a lot better right off the bat. So that matters. So, I mean, you can improve things dramatically just by moving a few sliders around. Just moving a few sliders around, you'd be shocked at the overall difference that that can make when it comes to improving the execution. So yeah, I find that I like contrast things like blue and red. Blue and red is something that I found. You'd be surprised how well sports colors, just picking sports colors is actually kind of my secret for effective color theory when it comes to YouTube thumbnails, is I just actually go with sports colors. So let's see here. We have a super chat from Zeta J. Roberto, glad to see you streaming again. Been working on this channel as a side project. Would love to know what you think so far. Been really going hard with a lot of the things you speak about so far. Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get to you for a channel review. I have those starred. Yep. Absolutely. So far, we've covered a lot of things in terms of these concepts. I want to show you something that I do differently from other content creators. Let's see if I can find it. This is a different one, even though this is a good example of something else I could bring up. So something I can show you with regard to this is that I actually I made this element myself. I made this one. This one is clip art from somewhere, but I made this YouTube smiley face, and I also have the YouTube frowny face. Those are the ones I like painstakingly made those myself. Another thing I actually do is I also do like photo shoots and poses so that I have these. I did the edit to turn the play button red there. That is a series of just different layer effects that I did. If I were to highlight those layer effects and then do that, then it's just my reflection in the thumbnail. I decide that this just looks better and gets more attention. So that's something a little bit different here. If I go to a recent file, let me see if I can pull open. So something I do differently from most content creators is I make kind of templated like assets where if I want, I can reapproach something. So you'll notice this here, and I can change this pretty easily just by changing the hue and saturation. Then it's more like this. And so it becomes the same concept, but different. So that's one thing. Another thing I'll do is I will work in Photoshop and I will do something like a massive file. Let's see if it'll even be able to open this on stream. Hopefully this does not affect the stream in any way. This is a huge file that has to read, because like this is about 10 or 15 thumbnails that I'm about to open in the same file. So hopefully it doesn't crash or anything, because it's also bringing this in from Creative Cloud. So it's technically downloading this at the same time. No, I'm not going to update these right now. Okay, so as you can see, this is like a massive amount of files. I want to show you something here, and it'll kind of make my approach and process a little bit more obvious to you. So I do straight up photo shoots that give me poses, and I create my own elements and assets that I can use repeatedly in my thumbnail designs. So, and some of them work out better than others, and then I can move forward with them or I can adjust them. I really like this hustle versus hobby. This is actually going to be an upcoming video, and you might remember some of these have actually already been used. Some of them could actually be improved just with a minor tweak. I mean, I'll give you a primary example. If I literally just do a better job of the curves exposure layer here with this one, it immediately just gets better and looks a lot less flat. And that thumbnail instantly becomes a better thumbnail. Same thing with this one. Literally something as simple as the curves adjustment layer makes a difference on this. The other thing that can make a difference is just color choices. Color choices are drastically underestimated. So the color choice, if I just do a duplication here of the green, and I decided let's change this green, and immediately let's go to something else. If we go blue, I think it looks better instantaneously. If we go blue, it might go better if it's red, honestly. I think it's actually better than that green. And we could just play with these things and everything like that. But guess what? I think blue instantly makes this a lot better. If we go to more of a cyan, right there with that orange, I think it instantly is better. I also think if we move me over, it's a little bit better. And again, I'm not even sure if this needs to be in front of me as much as it's fine if it's in back of me. And so again, by experimenting and changing minor things, we can make things much better. It's sometimes small tweaks that make a difference. And again, I'm not even sure this 9 needs to be as big. Again, this is like sometimes being clever is too much. And again, that looks better. And so we can use this 9 things to do before starting a business. You know, this one, this could be better, I think, literally just with some small tweaks. But this also lets me have a lot of different thumbnail concepts and ideas. I think that just changing something like slanting that a little bit could make a difference. You actually have already seen this thumbnail in action, and it's gotten pretty good. It got 24,000 views in, I think, 3 days or something like that. This one we're using for a live stream. This is one of those dramatic thumbnails of mine, and I can use this pose over and over again for dramatic thumbnails. I have some other ones. So you can see even for brand deal stuff that I use the purple a lot lately for the brand deal stuff. I also use it for video editing related stuff. You can see the thumbnail for today's. This could be subject to change and could get instantly better. Again, from a concept standpoint, this gets better if the color is not white, but is instead more of this bumblebee or vermilion. Instantly, that pops a lot better. Instantaneously, this becomes more interesting just like that. Also, I don't know that the curves adjustment layer on the whole thing is as good as if I do a curves adjustment layer that I use a clipping mask for just on me and my face, and we adjust it, and we instantly make me look better. We instantly make me look better. We could also probably go and add an adjustment layer for levels, and we can probably adjust the levels either on me or the whole thing. And again, that just gets better. Just like that, this is a better thumbnail. So again, this just shows you how minor tweaks instantly improve thumbnails. So let's start the process of, well, how do we make one from scratch? And yes, by the way, I do have my templates where I've done the work for you. It's called the YouTube Starter Kit. I believe that it is linked in the description down below. And if not, we can chat. But the YouTube Starter Kit should be linked in the description of this video if you want to check that out. But I've made thumbnails for you already if you do want to check that out. And we've made I made 100 Photoshop files with templates already made for you. And so that is a way to approach it. Rachel Master says, should I put my face in thumbnails of a movie review, deep dive review? I think you could go either way. I think you could put your face in the thumbnails, or you could just put the main actor or actress from the film into the thumbnails and be okay as far as that goes. So I think either of those can be extremely valuable. And I think they can work. It's been proven in your niche. You should research the thumbnails in your niche. We'll look at TubeBuddy and A/B testing and research and things like that a little bit in a moment, but definitely study things like, again, study color theory, study typography, study basic photo editing, study basic principles of graphic design, and then you'll be able to make thumbnails. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you how to make a thumbnail more or less, quote unquote, from scratch. And we're going to do some basics. So I hope you are all ready. So I'm going to show you how we make a thumbnail from scratch. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a new file here in Photoshop. So we have a new file and we have a background layer. Now, just kind of as a base, I'm going to go ahead and give myself both black and white as options. So I'm going to also make a duplicate layer. I'm going to go to white. I can switch back and forth between black and white just by pushing the X button. And then the shortcut for the fill here in filling the background is just G. I can use Shift and G to switch and toggle between the different versions of this tool, including the gradient. You can do that for every tool. You can use Shift and then whatever the shortcut button is. For the paint bucket tool, it is G. So that's just important to know. The main tools we're going to use are the move tool, the brush tool, the quick selection tool, and the text tool, as well as the rectangle tool and the direct selection tool. And we're not going to, and the paint bucket tool, of course, and we're not going to really use anything more than that. So we're only going to use about maybe 6 overall tools. In terms of our menu options, we're going to probably stick to curves, layers, layer mask, linking layers, probably the clipping mask. And we're also going to use some stylized effects, mostly just drop shadows. And we're going to use our text tools. So it's not even advanced Photoshop. It's beginner to intermediate Photoshop. So, and just again, for those of you asking about super chats, the rules are in the description. Please read the description for the rules. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually grab a image of myself to be able to use for our thumbnail. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to find an image that I can use where I can remove myself from the background. And we'll go ahead and we'll use that as the basis for our YouTube thumbnail. And so that's how we'll do it. Now, just bear with me real quick because I have a whole folder full of images where I've done these photo shoots. So I just need to kind of pick one. So I think this one might be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm dragging this image to my layer in Photoshop, and YouTube has done that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm holding the Option key. This will be Alt in Windows for y'all. And basically I'm generally sizing this up to fit my canvas here in Photoshop. So that's the first thing I've done. And so that's here on my main layer, and we're just going to call this Roberto. And so we have basically that. Now, before I really do much of anything else, I need to remove myself from the background. There's a lot of methods to do this, and you can try and make it pixel perfect. You could also do this in Canva, basically in one click. I want to get as close to a one click in Photoshop as this. So I'm going to use shortcut W, which basically takes me to the quick selection tool. Now, instead of just like, dragging this all over, which I could, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go and I'm going to click a button that says select subject. And this is basically one click removal. And it's pretty close. I could go ahead and I could try and mask this out and make it perfect and all these things. I'm just going to do one click, and I'm going to go down to the button that says mask at the bottom. I could also push this button that says select and mask. And then it gives me all these other things, all these other presets and things I could do. I'm just really not overly interested in any of it. So I'm just going to click OK. And so I'm masked out. And to see how effective it is, I can just put it against a black background. And again, it's not entirely perfect, but I'm not that worried about it. I'm going to show you the trick I'm going to do. I'm going to use a brush tool. I'm going to click on this black and white silhouette here on the bottom right-hand corner to select my mask. And I'm going to go to about a 30% brush. It's going to have a brush hardness of 0. Here in the brush tools. I don't know if you can see that on screen. It's going to just have a hardness of 0. And so there's a trick for masking. It's called black conceals and white reveals. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Option and my scroll bar, and I'm going to move in here. And these areas where the cutout was less than perfect, I'm just going to click a bunch with my mouse, and it's going to basically kind of blend that stuff in. I'm going to try to make it look semi-natural. It's not going to be perfect. I don't need it to be. I don't care. It just needs to be good enough for a YouTube thumbnail. And so I'm not trying to make this perfect for like a billboard or nothing like I used to do back in the day. My old boss would probably kill me for kind of cheating it this way. So I just do that. And it's like, I don't care. It works. It looks good enough to the naked eye. Y'all don't really know the difference here. It's good enough for the naked eye. I just eyeball this. I don't need it to be perfect. I don't need to pixel peep. I don't care about it. Okay. So this gives me a good setup for what I usually do in terms of thumbnails. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is, since I have my base here, is I'm going to click back on this. This is a smart object. The good news about this being a smart object that I dragged into Photoshop means that I can make it whatever size that I want. I can make it larger. I can make it smaller. We'll zoom in on me later. But I'm cut out from the background here. You can see that. If we want to illustrate the point further, I'm going to add a new background layer. I'm going to pick a red brush. We're going to make that red brush on this new layer that we're just going to call red. And I'm going to make this brush an opacity of 60. I'm going to make it huge by holding the greater than bracket key. You could also just adjust the brush size in your menu. I'm just going to use the shortcut here. And so you can see this works out really good. So this makes this dramatic. This is like all, tension. And this is really good. So again, this is my red backlight layer. And I'm just going to label that and leave that in place. If I was on white, it'd look like this. I can move white below, it'd look like this. And again, I don't really need the white. That was just there. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to use Command T. I'm going to pull from the corners here. I'm going to hold Alt so that's still centered. And I'm going to create this dramatic tension in terms of I'm starting to crop what my image is more or less going to look like. So I like that. If I want this red to be behind me like this, and I like how this looks, and this is the tension I want to create, I have a trick for you. I can hold shift and I can click on the layer that says Roberto. I can right click on it and I can hit something called link layers. And so now if I move me, the red behind me also moves. So that's dope. And that means I don't have to work as hard to keep this composition and this tension the way that I want it. And so in terms of framing, it's like, well, what do I need to be? This shoulder doesn't really add anything much to the image. The shoulder doesn't. The entire thing is I'm kind of keeping a secret here. So we've created this tension. And I think that this is pretty dope. So we've created this tension. The next thing I want to do is I kind of want my image to be a little bit sharper. I'm going to show you something for that. I'm also going to put on some tunes. Let's put on a little bit of background music while we work from Zen Busta Music, which is my music channel. There we go. Some relaxing lo-fi. All right. So there are some things that are easier to do in Photoshop than Canva. Most of it is the photo editing portions of this where we like make our photos look good. Some other things are easier to do in Canva just for speed and for lack of understanding graphic design and things like that. So Canva is very beginner friendly, and we'll do a quick and dirty of how to make a decent Canva thumbnail here pretty soon. But I basically want to show you what I use, which is Photoshop. And Photoshop is relatively affordable. If you're going to do YouTube and take it seriously, it's worth you paying $10 a month for Photoshop. I'm sorry, it just is. And I don't really, I mean, I think people say, oh, well, that's exclusive, but that's not sensitive to people's budgets. If you have the time to do YouTube, you have the time to figure out $10 a month. I'm sorry, you do. And you could always use Affinity at $60 one time, whatever. So we're going to go to Sharpen. And we can go to Smart Sharpen or Unsharp Mask. I don't really care which one you use. I like to use Smart Sharpen. And so I'm just going to move the sliders until I think that this is sharp enough. And I do like that. And I think that that's sharp enough. So maybe that's a little too much because then I'm seeing an artifact there I don't like. So hang on. And again, you just have to decide like what you think works and everything like that. If that's not working out, you have another option with regard to this. You can just double click and you can go into your photo. And if you want to manually sharpen it, let's say you just want to sharpen around the eyes, you can pick the sharpen tool. You can basically just do this and you can just sharpen up the eyes. I would sharpen up the eyes, the area around the mouth, the nose, the eyebrows, and the lips. And that's like usually good. And you can hit save, and that will carry over to your main photo, and that'll improve it. Again, you could also use things like you can use Smart Sharpen, you can use Filter, and you can use Unsharp Mask. Click OK. And there, yep, Unsharp Mask is fine. With it, you can see it with and without there. It's a little sharper, so I like that. So after we've done our sharpening, another thing you can do is you can adjust the curves. The way that I handle curves is it just depends. Sometimes I'll start by pulling down on the bottom for darker skin tones like mine. It makes it a lot more impactful and a lot more contrasty there. And so the goal is usually to create something that looks a little bit like an S. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to overblow highlights or anything like that. So I think that this looks good. So I think that's strong and that creates some tension. And I think that this is already a really good image overall. I do like where this is going. So now we began like the better part of this. Let's go ahead and crop this a little bit more by moving it to the side, because again, we don't really need that much of me in terms of that shoulder. We are keeping in mind just leaving enough room and visual balance and tension. This is enough white space. This is not something where another element needs to be. And it leaves a really good clean spot here in the corner for the YouTube timestamp. So that is powerful. And yes, this will be available for you to watch as a replay on the YouTube channel. All right. So this will be available for you to watch as a replay on the YouTube channel. So now what? We have this going on. What else can we do? Well, now it's a matter of text and typography. Now, when it comes to this, there's a couple of fonts that I think are just really good for YouTube. Futura Bold is good in general. It's a standard YouTube font. You also have Bebes New. And so the next thing we do is we have to worry about text and text snapping. So YouTube's dirty secret, you know? So, or watch this, YouTubers lie to you, you know? And so now the next thing we're doing is I want to make this look really clean in terms of this text. So this, some people would stop here. This doesn't do it. And this doesn't work itself. Even if we move me over a little bit, this doesn't do it. For some of y'all might say, oh yeah, no, that's perfect. But it's like, it's really not. Even if we move this up and I'm just using Alt and the up arrow for the typography, this doesn't do it. Even if we adjust this and we try to use the Option key and we click the left bracket to kind of align the L with the Y there, which looks a lot better in terms of type. This is learning typography and type design. Or even if we space out this YouTubers just a little bit more to make that cleaner or easier to read. We can do all kinds of little tweaks like this. It's not bad, but it doesn't quite sell it. So what could create more tension is, what if we looked at making that be red instantly? This black and white and red creates a lot more tension and makes this dynamic. You know what else? We add a drop shadow to this. You may not even think, well, why does it need a drop shadow? So we add that, and let's add some more of this red, and we'll just take this down to like, say 30%. We'll create a little bit more tension. Just that, just adding a little bit more red and creating this tension. And let's add like a 20% red over here. Just that adds so much more tension and drama to this thumbnail instantly with just making simple choices. And again, if we had left that text white, it wouldn't have the same impact. I mean, watch this. If we literally, if we literally make this text white now, and we make this one choice, it's weaker. The thumbnail's instantly weaker. By making it red and using this particular font, we made this strong. Now, what would happen if I took the same text and I used a standard font? What would happen if I just used Myriad Bold? It's all right, but it's not the same. This is just a stronger font. It's more impactful. It's more forceful. It's much more dynamic, and it works. Could this work with another font like Bebes New? And this is why it's important to invest in your fonts, learn your fonts. Okay, even if I were to space this out, and this is a taller font, it can work for some things. It's not nearly as strong. It's not nearly as powerful. So Bebes New, I could make this work, but it's just better if it's Futura Bold. It's better if it's Futura Bold, and you can see exactly how this text, this background, and this tension here. If I literally did not do these elements and I just used a black background, it's okay, but it's just okay. That red there, it's fine, it's just okay. Adding this red, well, that makes a difference. And if I tweak the opacity even just a little bit, like maybe take this opacity down to like 70, 85% on this red, it just gives me, it makes it a little bit more subtle. Maybe I'll just make it 90, just to make it a hair more subtle. And that matters. It makes a difference. it instantly makes a difference with the power of Photoshop. What if on only the background elements, I add a levels layer and I decide to pull the contrast and make lights lighter, darks darker, that sort of thing. Again, it matters. And you can see it. You can literally see the difference. And that pops a lot more. That pops a lot more. It is a lot stronger with me doing that. What if on the red backlight layer, I add even just a little pop, just a little bit, right behind my hat, just a little bit, to add some separation from me and the black background. It's subtle, but it's there. It's subtle, but it's there. And so instantly, being able to do that matters. I'm going to clean it up just a little bit, just a hair. And so this is strong. This is very strong just by itself. This is impactful. And this is, this is a good one. So YouTubers lie to you. I want to save this just so I don't lose it. Save everything. Set auto save to every 2 minutes or something like that. Set auto save. So like this is strong, but I can make it better. I can make it even better. So how can I make it better? I'm just going to use a copy and paste because I have a YouTube logo already ready to go. So if I do this, and I resize it, this creates some recognition as far as like, oh, he's talking about YouTube for sure. And it's in there. And again, it's better if it's slanted like this than if it was just straight on. So that's an option. That's an option. I can move this text up just a hair. So that's one option. Another option I can use is, in my case, there's some custom YouTube elements I have. That one's the smiley face. I think I have a file that might have the frowny face somewhere. Let's see if I have a file that has my YouTube frowny face. And again, in my case, it's just that, again, I create my own custom elements. So in this case, knowing, a symbol, whether it's a symbol can set this off, whether it's the YouTube logo or something custom, like what I'm talking about. I might have to get this out of a different file. Let me see if I have a recent file. Probably is it too late to start on YouTube? Probably has it. I'm going to see if I have a recent file that has this element. If not, I know I have a file on my desktop that has it. I just prefer to grab things from other files. Nope, that one is the happy face. We're looking for the frowny face. Let's see. YouTube mistakes. 5 things YouTubers don't do. Oh, that's a different one. Give me a second. I'm looking for the file. Maybe it's in YouTube Tips 2021. If not, I'll just pull that's a different set of templates. I think what I'll do is I'll just actually pull the file itself and I'll drag it in here, which is fine. I can do that. I just have to go to, where are my work files, Photoshop, YouTube thumbnails, PSD, YouTube face, scared.png. Here it is. So here's my YouTube frowny face. This is a custom asset I made. So if I go with this one, I shrink it a little bit more. And then I add a dramatic drop shadow to it. Let's see, adjust the spread and the size of that drop shadow a little bit. Make that dramatic. And so all of a sudden, again, maybe I make that bigger. In terms of visual balance, maybe I bring this up closer to my eyes. And maybe what I do is I can make this YouTube frowny face a little bit bigger. Maybe not that big. And this gets the point across. And this creates the right amount of tension, the right amount of visual balance where we're really communicating our point strongly. We're really communicating our point strongly with this one. So we have a couple of questions, and I anticipated that. So we have a couple of questions here. Roberto, sorry, this may be a stupid question, but have you made videos on thumbnail poses? I'm actually working on that. We actually filmed a behind the scenes video of me posing for thumbnails in the orange t-shirt. We actually do have a video coming out that will come out. So here's another reason to subscribe is you'll have a behind the scenes video coming out that shows the process for me posing for YouTube thumbnails. And see, it's not just about making YouTube face the YouTube face with your mouth open. It's about poses and physical action. So with me, again, secrets or anger or thumbs down, it's physical. I found that the thumbnails that do better with me are the ones that communicate something and have physical action behind it in some way. I found that using props, using icons, using effective things like this are powerful and compelling, and that these things tend to be more effective. And again, it's the thumbnails like this that have performed on my channel. And again, to see this in action, we literally just made this from scratch. We made this in scratch. If I wasn't sitting here trying to teach you guys how to do this, this would have been done in 10 minutes? This would have been 10 minutes for a very usable thumbnail if I wasn't teaching you and walking you through it. But again, let me show you the difference. The difference between this is, like I said, because we can look at how this is performed on my channel and the videos that performed versus sometimes ones that didn't. And I'll just make this bigger. Here we go. So if we take a look, and let me just increase the size so that you can see the views a little bit more clearly. Whoops. Let's see here. I want you guys to be able to see the views on videos a little bit more clearly, so that's how we're doing that. Yep, there we go. And so if we look at videos that have gotten views, see this one? This one is a really good concept. This is from 3 months ago. This has me, silver play button, YouTube icon, and the YouTube happy face, and a clean background and an arrow. This is a conceptual thumbnail. This one, 3 weeks ago, it's not doing bad. This is still getting views. Why you should start a YouTube channel in 2022 is doing well. This one is from 9 days ago and is doing well, as well as this one from 3 weeks ago, still getting views, still getting traction. So it's effectively working pretty well. I don't think it's overly cluttered. It borders on it, but it's effective. It's working. Best advice for starting a YouTube channel. So this one here on monetization, the demonetization icon, thumb, arrow, and YouTube button, and my facial expression in pose sells it. This one is clean. This is live streams don't count. Almost doesn't matter. This one, using the word mistakes. Look at how clean it is to the timestamp. It's a 24-minute video, 54K views. And again, subscribers don't really matter. I mean, YouTube literally only sends notifications to 30,000 of my 550,000 subscribers. I'm making a video about why subscribers don't matter. And it's because it does matter for marketing and optics, and your subscribers as people matter. But as far as any algorithm advantage, subscriber counts give you no advantage in the YouTube algorithm, no matter what people say, because I can tell you that when you see in the analytics, which I mean, I could show you them later, when you see in the analytics that YouTube only sends notifications to less than 10% of your overall subscribers, then that means there's no such thing as viewer subscriber ratios, and YouTubers are full of it, making that up and thinking that view to subscriber ratios matter. If YouTube's only sending notifications to 30,000 people out of 500,000 people, view to subscriber ratios don't matter because you can't rely on them. And if like 2% of the views come from the subscription feed, it means nothing. This thumbnail here, 80,000 views. It's about the pose, and it's about the words "I quit." It's a 20-minute video with 80,000 views. You see, it comes down to, again, not every video will be as effective. The quality isn't even a difference in these videos. There's no quality difference. It's all topic, title, thumbnail. 4,000 hour watch time, same thing. It's clean, it's simple, it's about effectiveness, and it's a 14-minute video. A 24-minute video outperforms it by almost double. A 20-minute video outperforms it 4 times over. Again, topic, title, thumbnail. Timing is a factor as well. It's the 4th T, it's timing. So you have a 3-hour live stream that outperformed the 2-hour live stream. So a lot of you think that just making shorter videos would make a difference. Nope. Topic, title, thumbnail, timing. Topic, title, thumbnail, timing. Look at this one. We created another dramatic. This is why I also know that dramatic tension thumbnails and negative thumbnails titles work, and that the red and white color combination, black and white and red all over, and the pose, YouTube not paying creators. Like this one, 30-minute video, almost 100,000 views on a 30-minute video. A video that is a third of the length, but it's on brand deals. Thumbnail isn't bad. The thumbnail isn't bad. It just is a topic that's not as popular or didn't work or didn't create tension. So again, this one, I think the YouTube ditches dislike button is a good thumbnail execution. I was doing the Drake meme, but it didn't resonate. It wasn't, even with the timing, it didn't matter enough at the time, because I did it before YouTube fully announced it. If I did it months later, I was actually too early on that video. So that matters. Here are some live streams that got 10,000 plus views, 20,000 views. Live streams can outperform regular videos, even if they're hours long, people. So again, hours long videos can even beat short videos. It's not a guarantee that short videos are better. Topic, titles, thumbnails. You might even notice with live streams, I try to change how the live stream thumbnails look, and I give thumbnails their own look in terms of live streams, and it's super effective. Even with this live stream with a ton of y'all watching, it's because of the topic, title, and thumbnail and the right combination. So again, these things do matter and make a difference. Look at this thumbnail. The right timing. This timing of this one with social media is over. Why you need a website and email address. It was because there was a massive controversy with a bunch of Twitter bans. So that's a difference. It's a major difference. Nourished at Tiffany says, how does YouTube even pick up the algorithm based on thumbnail? I don't get it. Tiffany's, it's because you're overthinking the YouTube algorithm, because the YouTube algorithm is a response to viewer behavior. It doesn't matter. YouTube could push you to 10 million people. If you can't get them to click, it doesn't matter, because all of you are too worried about the YouTube algorithm and saying, YouTube isn't pushing me enough. YouTube isn't pushing me enough. YouTube is pushing you. You can go into your YouTube analytics and you can see that YouTube is pushing you. The problem is no one wants to click on the video. It's not about whether YouTube is giving you the opportunity, because if you're saying YouTube's not giving you an opportunity, that is BS. YouTube's giving you an opportunity. What's the problem is, me included, we can't always get the clicks. And that's why I told you, even with my own videos, it doesn't matter if the video is longer. It doesn't matter. You can see, I showed you it with your own eyes. It doesn't matter if the video is longer. It doesn't matter if the video is shorter. It doesn't matter if the video is the same quality of shooting and editing with the same camera, same microphone, same lighting, same day of the week. It's only topic, title, thumbnail, and timing. And YouTube is pushing your videos, but people aren't clicking on them. And you know how you know? I'll show you why you know. You know this if you go into your YouTube studio. I'll show you the truth. So the truth always lies in YouTube Analytics. YouTube Analytics does not lie to any of us. YouTube Analytics doesn't lie to any of us. And YouTube Analytics, there's a thing called reach. And YouTube's analytics show us how all of this work. And so if we click on an individual video, let's click on this video. It's 90,000 views. I'm going to show you that the problem is not YouTube's algorithm and YouTube giving you an opportunity. It's about clicks. YouTube gave this video 2.5 million impressions. This video got 90,000 views. It had a 2% click-through rate in terms of YouTube being able to find this audience. The difference between a 2% click-through rate and a 10% click-through rate is the difference between, even for this opportunity that was given. If this had had a 10% click-through rate, that means that this video probably would have had 500,000 to 1 million views. But that doesn't mean this was a bad video just because it could get a 2% click-through rate. Out of 2 million impressions and its opportunities, it did about roughly 100,000 views, and it did really well for itself. And YouTube recommending it, YouTube recommended this. Look at this bar. This bar is almost filled. YouTube was able, this reach demographics shows you YouTube's ability to accurately find an audience for these videos, and then the views that it gets from the opportunities and impressions versus anywhere else, because then the rest came off of search, which doesn't count, and things like that. Most of this came from homepage and suggested videos, and then the rest was trickled down. But it added up. So, and then it tells you what YouTube really cares about in the algorithm is watch time. It cares about performance. You want to know why subscribers don't matter? I'll show you. 67% not subscribed. 67%, almost 70%. This also drove 2,000 new subscribers. Imagine that you upload 100 videos in a year. Imagine you upload 100 videos in a year. That's 2 videos a week. If every one of those videos gets you 2,000 new subscribers, that would get you upload 100 videos in a year, 2 videos a week. If they all perform this well, which they won't, by the way, but if they did, then you'd end up with 200,000 subscribers for the year. Now, I haven't uploaded 100 videos in a year. It's been about maybe 3-4 years since I worked that hard, largely due to the pandemic and getting depressed over that and some life stuff, and actually moving a couple of times. I've moved like 3 or 4 times in the last 5 years. I bought a house now, so I'm not moving anytime soon again. But I'm just giving you an example. This video was, what was this, 3 months ago or something? Yeah, this was like 4 months ago. This is the beginning of the year. This video has done really well. But again, it doesn't matter if YouTube puts you on if you can't get people to click. And YouTube has to find the right audience. Notice here, bell notifications. This sent out bell notifications to 34,000 people. It did no good. The views from bell notifications, 200. It might as well have not mattered. That people clicked the bell when it came to this video. It does help with live streams, but might as well have not mattered here. If we click in more and we look at this, most of the traffic came from browse features. Well, what are browse features? Browse features, mostly the home page. mostly the homepage in terms of impressions. We got a few impressions from the subscription feed. We got almost no views. We got 50,000 views from the YouTube homepage. 50,000 views from the YouTube homepage. We got 2,000 from the subscription feed. We got almost as many as that from watch history and watch later. The subscription feed was absolutely worthless to this video. Worthless to this video when it comes to that. Traffic sources. We got 300,000 from suggested videos, 100,000 from search. Subscription feed was worthless. Notifications were worthless. It was the minimal amount. And again, in terms of click-through rate, we have a higher click-through rate. We don't just have we have a 2% click-through rate. We don't have that for search though. We have a 5% click-through rate for search. Channel pages, we have a 4% click-through rate. Homepage, if we go into browse features, we look at the homepage, it's a 1.7%. Subscriptions, 2.3%. But look at the results. Now, of the subscription viewers and the watch later viewers, they have a higher overall average view duration, which is fantastic. So again, I'm not saying those viewers are worthless. I'm saying in terms of as a viable traffic source to make a priority. What works best on YouTube is suggested videos and homepage on videos that perform. I can show you the videos that perform the best for my channel and gotten more or less the best overall views, and I can show you how they work. This is a video that got about 50,000 views, something like that. It's on its way to 50,000 views. We got a decent amount of them on this video. This video for making money online is a search-friendly video. And I know people don't think search can matter, but this one matters. And look at the click-through rate. The click-through rate from search is why this video keeps getting put on by YouTube search. It's because the click-through rate for it is 10%. But on the home page, it's 1.8%. YouTube gave us a lot of impression opportunity on the YouTube homepage. It didn't result in a lot of views. It got 6,000 views for us. But YouTube search gave us 28,000 views. Some topics, some videos are going to do better in search, and some are going to do better on the homepage, and some are going to do better on suggested videos. And you might get a higher click-through rate and better results and more impressions out of one area than another, because your topic will decide that. Your topic and then the title that goes along with your topic will decide where it's going to get put on and who it's going to qualify for with an audience and how it's going to get picked up. But the thumbnail is going to help decide that click-through rate. The thumbnail and title are going to work together for that click-through rate. But some titles and some types of videos are just going to do better in search, browse, or suggested. It's going to do better on the homepage, or it's going to do better in search, or it's going to do better in suggested. And you got to make a plan for that. And I make my content knowing that some content will do better in other places. And I balance it out. It's why I also want to make 3 videos. I want to make 3 videos a week because it gives me a better balance of these things. Now, I want you to look at this video. This video has 10,000 views. This video is getting more opportunities with the YouTube homepage, but it's not necessarily getting a high click-through rate. It's a less than 1% click-through rate. It's suggested. It's doing a little bit better with a 1.7%. But here, even though it's not getting a ton of impressions on YouTube search, it has a higher click-through rate and it has the best watch time performance when it comes to YouTube search. So this is part of what y'all are not understanding about YouTube and the algorithm. We'll do a dedicated live stream in the next couple of weeks that is much more about this topic, because we have one planned on topics and titles. I think that's coming up next week, Saturday. It's coming up Saturday because we got Easter Sunday coming up. But see, this is the stuff that matters, and a lot of y'all are overlooking it, and you're thinking, and I get that a lot of you don't get it. A lot of you don't understand YouTube. I've been doing this for a long time. I've made 1,500 videos on this channel. I've made other channels. I have the podcast channel. I've done 1,000 live streams plus in YouTube. I've done 1,000 live streams in Facebook alone. I've done live streams on every platform. I've been doing live streams on every platform for like the last 8-10 years. And, some of you might think this is hella boring. You know what? Boring stuff makes money. Boring stuff makes money. I went from making $30,000 a year at my 9-to-5 job. I make $30,000 plus a month doing content now. So you can say I'm boring. Boring pays. Boring pays. A lot of you are trying to be fancy or trying to be exciting or trying to be clever, and it's not working out. Later I can show you something with regard to how that works out for ad revenue. Boring makes money when it comes to ad revenue too. So again, it's not that the algorithm itself cares about the thumbnails. The viewer does. You all need to understand the algorithm's job is to qualify and quantify the audience, and it's to measure audience response. And the algorithm is just acting on audience response, which is why when you make things that are attractive to people, use psychology for your titles, your topics, your thumbnails, and timing, you will do better and you will have a better outcome on YouTube. I promise you, when you start thinking that way, it'll get better for you. So, that's what makes a difference, and that's what matters. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to pull the super chats that set up for channel reviews. But before I do that, I'm going to bring in my boy. I'm going to see if my boy Viper is available. We're going to see if we can do these channel reviews, and we're going to try and give you guys some advice when it comes to your YouTube channels. So let me see if the man about tech is available, and then see if we can help y'all out. Hey, Viper, if you're around, I'm doing the live stream on the main channel right now. And then for our paying channel members, y'all will get the opportunity to come in to the live stream toward the end of the show here after we get through some of these channel reviews, get through some questions. I might do a quick thumbnail in Canva to show y'all Canva principles. I'm going to play a different song here. But yeah, ultimately, when it comes to YouTube, thumbnails and what is like topic, title, thumbnail, timing, it makes a difference. If y'all did a killer thumbnail and you jumped on this whole Will Smith thing, you might have got some views out of it if it made sense for your audience. If you were like commentary or something like that, news, pop culture, you would have got views out of it because of the timing. But you also have to have a thumbnail that shows some effort and people would want to click on. Ran Link TV says, I post 3D animations on my channel. Being independent, it's difficult to post animations every day. I want to keep up without compromising quality. If I was doing animations, that's definitely a quality play. I would focus much more on pop culture and evergreen than I would worry about posting every day. But yeah, just putting more effort into your thumbnails, like I showed you, just putting more effort into your thumbnails is about the human viewers seeing effort, responding to that effort, and also qualifying the viewer. Some people, their brand is that they have word of mouth and they're in a niche where that doesn't matter as much. There are some niches where thumbnails don't matter as much. But if you don't have any special advantages, I would highly recommend that you consider, if you have no special advantages, I would consider putting more effort into your thumbnails, more effort into your titles, more thought into your topics. Zane is right. People spend more time studying algorithms than human nature. Yeah, most people don't even understand algorithms. Just focus on aspects of human behavior. And so that's why, one, putting a face in a thumbnail, we respond to that. Body language in a thumbnail creates a story, creates tension, creates excitement, creates those things. And again, we might, after I review some of the channels and we talk about some of their titles and their thumbnails and the way that they're approaching things, what we might do is I might recreate the thumbnail style of like a certain YouTuber or two. And we might even do some stuff in Canva. But yeah, I'm going to pull up the starred super chats, and I'm going to do them in order here. And we're going to look at some YouTube channels. So let me see if I can pull these people's channels. All right. So we're going to start with live production tips and tools, and we're going to look at their channel. So let's bring their channel up here. All right, live production tips and tools. All right, first glance, your banner is not too bad. Let's go ahead and get this larger up here on the screen. Viper says he'll be here in 10 minutes. Cool, he can help out with these. So, all right, so we've got your stuff up here on screen. So looking up your overall channel, one of the good things is it's fine to have your popular uploads at the top. It does show that, oh, hey, you're getting some views. You have 7,000 subscribers, so you're still under 10,000 subscribers. Funny story, most YouTubers, 90% of YouTubers never get to 10,000. So just getting to 10,000 is a victory. Your live streams, I think that these thumbnails are too similar, especially when it comes to replay value on your live streams. The thumbnails are too similar. So for past live streams, I like that has its own dedicated playlist. For YouTube Shorts, that just picks the thumbnails, so I'm not worried about that. Let's go into your videos. Let's also look a little at your titles and your topics, because you're supposed to be live production tips. So you're supposed to tell me how to be a better live streamer, basically. Well, first thing is, this logo doesn't do anything in terms of helping you when it comes to your icon. I would just make this a headshot of you. Maybe it's the same as this thumbnail. I would just put a headshot of you. We respond to people that could help a little bit. So I would just do that. Your banner says 2 videos every week. So you're giving us what the promise is. Okay. Banner, it could be better, but it's also somewhat fine. I don't have really much of an issue here. Let's see what your most popular videos were and why. Okay, so product-based thumbnails. This is pretty good on the product-based thumbnails. The product-based thumbnails did well in the fact that we respond to those products. Now, some of the photography could have been better, and that would help with it with these product-based thumbnails. There are a lot of tech YouTubers and product-based YouTubers you could look at for that. I would also look at someone like, say, a YouTuber for you to look at the style of when it comes to what you're trying to accomplish here is you could look at Harris Heller, but that might be advanced for you. Tom Colton, I think, is who I'm thinking of. I'm spelling his name wrong. Tom Colton. Yeah, Tom Colton. No, wait, not the musician. There's a camera. Here it is. Tom Calton. Spelled his name wrong. He's got a few more subscribers than you. So the thing is, he's a photography-based YouTuber, but when he does product stuff, I want you to see this product stuff. That's a really good product comparison video in terms of comparing two lenses. This one is as far as these telephoto lenses, that one's really good. This one where he's got this huge lens. So, I mean, if we look at Tom's, and again, I'm not trying to review Tom's channel. I'm trying to use an example of here is somebody doing it correctly. For one thing, making a profile pic like this is really interesting, and using a color and your headshot. You see, I do it as well. These product-based shots do really well. My biggest complaint is I think they could have been a little brighter. So I would have probably bumped up the highlights or reduced the shadows in these, especially since camera lenses are dark. And so I would reduce the shadows. But I think you should have done them more like this to get views. So if we look at your channel by comparison, I think you can use this red and this blue to high effect. What is smart is when you're doing the OBS stuff, that you have the OBS logo and you're showing that. So those things are effective and working. I do like what you did for the church live streaming setup. That was a smart thumbnail. The one complaint I have is I might have just flipped it the opposite to where streaming setup $900, I would have put it at the top because you're running into the YouTube watermark for timing there. The Lumex G Master, that is exactly what you should be doing with product thumbnails in terms of how it shows the product. I mean, look at this. The way you show the product in this one with the Nikon, and then you show a photo, that was smart. It could be a little bit better. This Lumex one, this is perfect, and this is what you want. 2K views is really good for you for a channel under 10K. So I would look at things like this. This one with YouTube and OBS, this one wasn't bad. I probably would have got rid of the square thing and just used the OBS logo by itself and put a drop shadow. So again, I think that you do have things that are working. In terms of your most popular videos, though, I would double down on the things that allow you to incorporate live streaming. Facebook seems to be something you're a go-to for. Churches like to come to you. Specific product names where you're able to use Nikon, Lumix, Sony in the title is really good because those are products that we care about. I don't feel YouTube Shorts is working for you and giving you much value. That's me personally. From a strategy standpoint, I don't think I've seen enough out of the YouTube Shorts giving you traction, unless you're saying you got subscribers out of it. So again, that's my thoughts on your channel. It's not bad. I think there could be things that are a little bit better. But yeah, solid overall job. I think there's room for improvement. I think that there's some simple improvements you can make. Let's see. And make sure we get through these. I'm surprised at how hungry I'm getting. Hopefully that was helpful to everybody watching as well. What's on Disney Plus? Thank you for the $10 euro. If you're doing news videos, would you do a single daily news video or multiple shorts videos a day on single topics? I would do a daily news show like Philip DeFranco or like these commentary channels. I would go much more in that direction if it was me. If I was doing daily news. Zane has a great point. Don't copy the exceptions. A lot of people, too many of you focus on these exceptions, these viral big YouTubers. They have special circumstances in a lot of cases that you can't duplicate. A lot of them have special circumstances you cannot duplicate. So a lot of you look way, way too much at the exceptions. All right, so Her Healthy Home. Let's look at your YouTube channel. All right. So let's see. Something's up here with your channel banner. And it's not me, it's your channel banner. So I would adjust your channel banner because it's cutting off the Her Healthy Home thing. This isn't bad as a channel banner. Channel banner is slightly busy. I feel like a picture of you with either a white background as far as a close-up or a color background would be better. Maybe on the green or something, or green and white would be better. So I would probably remake that icon for your I'd remake that icon for your layout there. So let's see. Terms of channel layout, I actually like the photography behind these thumbnails. I like the choices in these playlists. Canning and preserving. That is a specific playlist. I like that you put the tomato icon there. That was clever. I like that. And some of these have done well. Some do better than others. So I like that. Herbs and homemade recipes. I like that. And those seem to be performing. Those might be performing even the best. We'll see. Prepping and storage. So different types of like the good news is you're doing different types of thumbnails for different types of things. The canning thumbnails have their own style, but I would replicate what's working some of the best. But I would also look at the photo elements. Even though this one on Steam Can Nectarines performed less, it might really just be the title on that one and the interest in the topic and the nectarines. The photo and the thumbnail is actually really good. And I can't help but think that doing that on stuff that people are more common, like cranberries and peppers, that these videos could have gotten maybe 10,000 or more views if they had the photos from this one. So that's just something I'm looking at, because those are strong. So your playlist strategy, I like your playlist strategy. You've got some members only videos, and the thumbnails for those make sense for what they are for members only. Gardening and homesteading. The photography on this is good. The type is not. I can't read this pink type as well, especially on mobile. Or if I had my glasses, if I didn't have my glasses, it'd be game over. And the photography on this is good, but the type is not on the final 40-pound harvest for all summer crops. And the thing is, the title is not really great on that either. The title could have been improved. I would probably went from something like summer homesteading haul, food from my garden, and that might have been done better as a title. But I'd have to think about it, because again, this is a very interesting niche. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, adults of all ages, we have my boy Viper, the man about tech, coming to you into the stream. And I've got to cue up a sound effect here, because this man absolutely deserves an applause.
Whoa, what is this? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going, Viper? Welcome back to
No, it's been a while, yeah.
the Sunday stream. It's been a while. We haven't done one of these in months. We've done the podcast recently.
We did.
Check out that episode over on the podcast channel, everybody. Me and Viper, we were talking about whether YouTube Shorts are worth it or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, Viper, you just have you had a chance to tune in at all? Or are you just tuning in? What's up?
I was actually busy playing my Xbox, bro. I think I heard like maybe a minute or two.
I appreciate you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm looking at a YouTube channel that's about gardening and homesteading. It's so there's a little bit of variety built into this niche. But what I've been commenting on is that I think that there are clearly some thumbnails here and some topics that are more effective than others. So the quality of the thumbnails, I would say, just is all over the place. And so I would like to see more consistency. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Just taking a quick glance at it, it does seem like the thumbnail templates are I mean, you can think about it as them being from like completely different creators. So like you said, there is no consistency.
Exactly.
So yeah, you might want to, that might be something to look at in the future.
I would want to see a higher level of overall consistency. And so when I sort this by most views, and this is a channel with about less than 3,000 subscribers, this channel could have 10,000 subscribers though. I mean, because like, look at some of these views. This is the most views on the channel. These are the videos that perform the best.
Mm-hmm.
I think that more of what performs the best, especially if you have more views on videos than you have subscribers, or you even have 50% of the views that you have subscribers at the time that you have them, I think it becomes clear. And the thing is, I'm not saying you can't do on this type of channel the variety of topics around, because there's multiple topics within homesteading and garden and all of that stuff and that lifestyle. But I think from a strategy standpoint, in terms of where you put your focus and what also use as a content strategy and a thumbnail strategy, I think it's like you go with your top 10 or 20% of performers, dude. And I also think you build the brand off of the look of the things that perform the best.
Yeah, it's that thing that we always talk about, looking at your analytics and figuring out what they're telling you as far as how are people responding to your content. So you looking at the most popular videos from the creator is a good indication of what videos are hitting, what style of thumbnail for working at that time, what title for working, and see if you can see any consistencies, any patterns in the top performing videos, and then take that information and then go ahead and make your future content or take inspiration for that from those analytics and let that guide you in future content on the channel. Definitely.
Yeah. So again, I would make a bunch of like I would make some like 23andMe videos and some 23andMe alternatives and use that in the title of like comparing DNA results and seeing which ones are better, because those could be interesting. I would maybe try doing those like every other month or so because they seem to get some views. I would definitely every week be putting out stuff on canning. I would be making canning videos if I can, if it's possible, if I can, pun intended. I'd make canning videos like once a week. I'd make canning videos once a week, and I would focus on the photography for that. I would also make prepping videos like twice a month. I would make prepping videos twice a month and what to buy. Like, so I would definitely be doing that. And I'd be making DIY natural blank, DIY blank without blank, DIY blank. I'd be making like saying how to make these things at home, homemade, whatever. I'd be doing that. So I would definitely do those. I would also do hauls that are based on like holidays, especially if this is more like traditional, like Christmas stuff is like, it's like, okay, you could have done a haul video for Palm Sunday. You could have done a haul video for Easter. You can do a haul video as far as prepping for Lent. You could do all that stuff. So like, I think there's like I would do things baking soda free, fluoride free, caffeine free. I would look at those things. It's like, and things that would make sense there. And I would trade it on that. I mean, those are just like really simple strategy things that I'd be doing. And I think that that makes sense.
Yep, I don't see any fault in that logic for sure.
Yep. But how have you been doing, Viper? And what are people saying here in the chat?
Oh, the usual people are looking for you to take a look at their channels and different things like that. So yeah, I think that's what we are looking at here. When you go live, Roberto, people happen to they come to party, man. They come to party and hang out with you, and they want you to look at their channels and they want that knowledge and wisdom. But as I tell you guys all the time, it's about more than just sitting here and listening to Roberto give you advice. If you don't take what he's telling you and implement it on your channel, then what are you doing? Like you're wasting time. So it's good to get the information and the knowledge from them, but ultimately you have to figure out how to apply it to your channel and make it work best for you and your content.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, Roberto, I've done everything. And then I don't even see them doing like basic best practices,
Okay.
like a lot of people always say, oh, I've done everything, but there's like, they haven't made 100 videos. They haven't been consistent. They don't make anything that tells you what their channel is about. A lot of times, that's the case, but let's look at, we got something here. We'll go ahead and we'll kind of like jump ahead just for speed since he is here. We'll do Get Good Millhouse. So less than 1,000 subscribers. You're probably almost to monetization, but you said you haven't been able to be consistent or upload because of your job. Yeah, that's relatable for a lot of people. I do like that you're doing some how I learned to draw stuff, and let's see what's your most popular content. Okay, so I think that the titles and topics you picked are the secret to getting more views here. Your thumbnails for these all could have been better. Your thumbnails all could have been better. For sure. 100% your thumbnails could have been better. And there's a big gap between the videos you were doing that were getting over 1,000 views that were top down and concept and these things. And I think if you had focused in on a lot of these, that you would have gotten more of your videos to have over 500 to 1,000 views, because you got thousands of views here on some of these videos.
Have you talked about text and thumbnails and how not to do text as far as it relates to color contrast and all that stuff?
Oh, we did a whole tutorial in Photoshop on it, brother.
Because I'm looking at some of these thumbnails and I can barely read the text because it's like white on white. I'm like,
Yeah,
Y'all
we did
look
like
at
that's
that.
a better layout there. Yeah, we did, brother. We did an entire
Okay, all right.
Photoshop tutorial on these and stuff like that. So in the drawing community, one of the best examples of how to do some of these things is Ergo Josh. He's one of my favorite creators, and he's a black illustrator, Ergo Josh. He inspired some of my art studio, and if you look at his thumbnails, you see what a radical difference that is, even though the concept of what our friend Millhouse is doing is similar. Look at Ergo Josh. I would go much more in this direction, and you will see better results. And there's no reason that you can't get good Millhouse. There's no reason you can't go more of the direction of Ergo Josh with how you're doing your thumbnail strategy, because the content seems to be on point, and the content doesn't seem to be that different in terms of ability or quality or any of that. I mean, yeah, you're going to need to definitely be consistent, but also I think you just straight up have to make better thumbnails, my friend. And I think the best example of making better thumbnails is Ergo Josh, because it looks like you're putting effort into your quality, your shots, your edits, your set design, your audio. It all looks like it's on point. Your big issue is titles and thumbnails and certain topic choices. And you do have some evidence of what people will watch based on your previous views. So
Y'all ever heard that
just something
saying,
to think about.
don't judge a book by a cover? Well, unfortunately, that does not apply on YouTube.
That does not work on YouTube.
That does not apply on YouTube, because everybody's judging your book by a cover on YouTube. That's why we constantly harp on thumbnails, because they're so important. Because if your thumbnail is janky, they're gonna scroll right past. They're gonna scroll right past it.
Topic, title, thumbnail. It's like again, you gotta show up for the job interview. You gotta be dressed to impress, and that's how it is.
Right, you're right. I'm just about the thumbnail though. Just the thumbnail by itself is so important, because it's literally the thing that jumps out of people when they're scrolling through YouTube. So you got to make sure your thumbnails are popping.
You got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This is an opportunity.
Bar. Here we go.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, my friend. A lot of people might feel some kind of way about it, but it just is what it is. Throw on some more Zen Buster music here. Yeah, it just is what it is. Little Mouse Productions, thank you for the $10 Canadian. I'm in the kids space with high competition. Any advice on how to improve my channel? Should I focus on SEO or keep focus on producing unique videos and see if I get a video to hit? The kids space is, I'd focus less on SEO and I would focus more on trends and bright colors.
Bright colors.
And yeah, I would focus on trends. I would focus on unique videos. I would focus on trends and bright colors. It's the kid space. It's, the kid space is not rocket science. Focus on trends, focused on established patterns and IP, and bright colors. And there you go. And again, word of mouth, and also focus on what will play nice with parents. I think anyone in the kid space and anyone with a kid or family brand should focus on parents. Don't listen to kids. I mean, I hate to say it, don't listen to kids. Kids will tell you, I want to stay up late. I want to drink nothing but soda. I want candy for breakfast. I want raw sugar all day, every day with every meal. Like, do not listen to kids. Target the parents. Hate to say it that way, but it's just truth. Overseer PC, $5 New Zealand. PC hardware channel here, focused on hardware combination. That alone takes a lot of space in the title and thumbnail. How should I approach this? Cheers. I mean, there's a lot of channels like that. I would focus on product photography, my friend, and I would focus on the most interesting looking part of a PC, or I would again make it super interesting in terms of the physical thing you do with a PC or a PC part. And again, there's plenty of channels that do this successfully. Kyle from Bitwit, any of the Linus Media Group channels with Linus Tech Tips. There's a lot of Harris Heller. I think that the main thing is, again, the easiest way, again, a lot of you won't be graphic designers. The easiest thing to do is just to take more creative photography for a lot of y'all.
So when it comes to product thumbnails, obviously when you are thinking about that, you want the product usually to be front and center in the thumbnail. However, You can have some product thumbnails where you put your face in there if you're holding the product, or you can put your face somewhere in the thumbnail, but you still want the product to be front and center. You want the product to be like defocused on the thumbnail. Something that I do in my thumbnail sometimes is that I'll have the product front and center like this, and I'll have my face blurry like this in the background, so the product is still front and center, but you can see if I have an impression on my face, you can still see it, and it's kind of effective. So
yeah, that's isolating the product, and yeah, it makes total sense. So let's get another channel review in here. We're gonna go with the Dark Cosmos. Let me try and find the channel. $3,000 subs. Dark Cosmos, sci-fi, horror, and fantasy creepypasta. Okay, I can see it. All right, so first off, some of these thumbnails too similar because you could easily skip it and think, oh, I've already seen this one, right? And then in terms of if you're gonna do space and sci-fi creepypasta, I would focus on the cosmic horrors from H.R. Geiger. I would focus on Lovecraftian horror and stuff like that. And so what I would be doing, this is just me personally, even at 3,000 subs, I'd be commissioning some art in like Fiverr or something like that, or looking for some stuff that I can use with credit. And I would use pictures of like the cosmic entities and horrors like Cthulhu and things like that. And I would make those. I would use things like Pennywise. I would make these things look a lot more visually interesting. And I would make every single one of these unique. And that's like the approach I would use. And I would make my stuff feel like this is a thumbnail that belongs to like a movie or to like a best-selling author or something like that. So I would primary example is if I type in cosmic horror into YouTube, I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder what look at that. All right, see, look at that. Look at that. That's what you want. Like that's what's up. That's what you want. You want that, H.P. Lovecraft, like 2 million views, Jesus. Like you want stuff like that. So you want, oh my God, that's terrifying. But 1 million views, that's what you want. And so in terms of your thumbnails, if I was going to grade your thumbnails on a scale of 1 to 5, I'm going to be incredibly harsh. These thumbnails are probably like between a 1 and a 2.
Too much text.
Well, it's not just too much text. It's that the text is used ineffectively. The text is used ineffectively. And let's further illustrate this. I think I can do this. I think I can make a Lovecraftian like horror thumbnail similar to what this channel was hoping to do. And I think like Viper, we're gonna I wish there was I'm gonna tell StreamYard that what I want is I want a timer feature. I want a timer feature because I want a timer feature so that I can put like time on the clock and challenge myself with something like this. So I'm going to literally from scratch in real time in Photoshop. We're gonna watch me. I just made a black background. We're gonna watch me make a thumbnail like in real time, dude. We're gonna watch me.
Oh man, he come out to show off, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
Okay. And by the way, your best bet is to try to find like things you can use that are like fair use, or that but it's like I'm not just gonna copy and paste all completely because yes, this is by itself dope. But think about it. Look at how I'm recropping this thumbnail, but I'm going to take it further. I'm not just going to, he just found a good thing in Photoshop. Anybody can do that. But I'm going to put in a little bit of work here. And again, you guys aren't going to fully understand everything that I'm doing probably with regard to this. I will talk about it. So like one thing I'm doing right now is I'm using a tool called Color Dodge to make brights brighter. You can make brights brighter, and you can make darks darker. And the thing is, there's areas and things that I want to brighten up here to just help with some of the contrast and levels on top of curves. I'm going to add a levels adjustment. I'm going to look at how do I brighten up some things so that I can make this like better. And so the thing is, I don't want everything, all of it, to be super overwhelmingly dark. So I am going to like pull back and paint back in some areas where I want a little bit more detail or you know, some contrast or whatever. So this is part of the beginning of this. And again, I can also create another layer, create a white brush. I'm going to label that layer an overlay layer, and I'm going to artificially dodge and bring back some light into this to bring back details that were getting lost. And so I can do that. I'm lightening this up. I'm also going to sharpen the hell out of some of this. Just bring the elements into focus that I want a little bit more focus around. Because this is feeling a little soft. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to create another layer here. I'm going to create a color dodge layer. I'm going to select the red in those eyes, find that. I'm going to make it a little bit brighter. I'm going to artificially change my brush here. I'm going to slant my brush. I'm going to make it brighter. And then I'm going to slant my brush again and get the angle as close as I can to what's going on here. So you can see how I'm starting to change some of this and make it its own thing. Get a regular brush again. And what was one of his titles? Let me find one of his titles. What was he calling his stuff? Dark Cosmos. So one of these creepy pastas was called The Planet Eater, huh? All right, so called The Planet Eater. Okay, bet. Let me move this over. And then let me get a brush, make a regular size brush here. What do you think so far, Viper? What's going on?
I think that's creepily terrifying.
Yeah. What are people saying in the chat?
Oh, you are getting super chats. So shout out to people that are super chatting. Roberto.
Thank you for all the super chats.
Love it. We love it. They're talking about their channels and things like that.
Okay, so like instead of me just like, I'm not straight up making like a whole thing that's like black. In fact, actually I can erase some of this. Like notice that like my goal here is not to completely make this side of the thing 100% black. It's just to make it darker. And then I'm making some very specific choices here. Let's see. And then we'll throw a drop shadow onto that.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot right there.
And then as far as like cosmic horror, and then how long did that take me, Viper?
What, like 5 minutes of that?
And the thing is, I can basically kind of like go from here template wise. And again, there's tweaks and there's things I could do with this. There's more I could have done. Again, you could commission an artist to get the based artwork. You could go to stock photo websites. There's all kinds of things I could do with this. I can adjust the saturation, and then that like gets a little bit interesting here. I can adjust lightness and darkness. I can do all kinds of little things. I can adjust the hue of this if I want to make it even. Ooh, actually, yeah. So like, look at this. Look at that.
Although the only thing that I would think that your brush stroke is still showing up on the monster thingy.
Which like what you mean? Let's see.
Right below the right eye.
I could clean that up a little bit. Should probably clean that up just a little bit.
So I think some people are talking about how they only have so many hours that they can dedicate to learning the craft and things like that of YouTube. But the only thing I'll say to you all is that, I mean, you got to remember that YouTube, there's a lot to it, and there's a lot that we have to learn and figure out, and there's a lot of skills that we might not have that we have to train ourselves on, and you got to put in the time. I mean, it's not.
I mean, think about from this perspective. It's like, all right, is it the audience's problem how many hours in the day you do or don't have, or do they just want something that respects their time and the quality that they want to give attention to?
Yeah, like, pretty much. Like
let's think a little
hard, but they don't. The people that are watching your content don't care. They
like,
just want to see.
So again, I mean, I didn't learn any of this stuff overnight. I had to put in time. I had to put in effort. I had to put in work. But it's like, think about what time, like the time that you don't have to put into this is the time when you're watching other people's content. That's not like educational or to better your skills or whatever. It's the time where you're watching entertainment. It's the time when you're watching Netflix. It's the time when you're playing video games. And you said you want this. People who play sports, they give up a lot to be the best and to go to the Olympics or do whatever. They give up a lot. So it's like you gotta give something to get something. You want an audience. It's not the audience's problem. Like to be able to get like these skills to pay the bills. It's like, what do you think? People who have careers. See, everyone just thinks, oh, I can just start a YouTube channel. People who have careers, they give up their hobbies for like. There's a difference between a job and a career, Viper. There's a difference between a job and a career. Somebody who wants a career, they decide to be a doctor. They don't have hobbies while they're in med school, most of them. No. A lot of them barely have relationships and they don't last and work out and everything like that. So, I mean, it's a high divorce rate too when you actually get into profession. High performing people, a lot of them, like, a lot of high performing people, it's hard for them to balance work and family. And if they do balance work and family, guess what they cut out? They cut out personal hobbies. Their life revolves around their career that they get to be a top performer at, and their family if they want to keep their family. They try to put other things in there besides career and family. And keeping up with their own health and maintenance. You know what happens a lot of times? It doesn't work out. To be very real with you, it doesn't work out. One of the best examples, our friend Marquez Brownlee, he said that, he had to make his parents proud. He had to be a good student and he wanted to get good grades, but he also wanted to do YouTube and he also wanted to play sports. So sports became his only social life and outlet. And he didn't go to parties. He didn't hang out. He didn't do none of the things that a teenager does. He did sports and YouTube and high school very well. And he did the same thing in college. And then when college was over, he had room for other things. But he decided to actually just go harder on Ultimate Frisbee and YouTube.
Hold on, Jazz Joe. I wasn't saying that you were looking for the either. I did not mean that. I didn't say that. See, what I'm saying is that a lot of people talk about how they can't do this or they can't do that because they have a job and this and that. But you got people that have full-time jobs or whatever that work all day, come home, and they spend their night working on YouTube, but staying up to like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning while having to go to work the next morning. I mean,
I'm not saying that's healthy. I'm saying that's what people do.
And that's the other thing. We're not saying it's right and you have to do it, but what we're saying is that if you want to achieve a high level of success as a creator on YouTube, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices. It's just the way it is. That's life. And that's
I mean,
not
I'll
with
be
anything.
real. I'll be real, Viper. I mean, like a season of hustle versus a lifetime of hardship and not having your dreams. It's like, do you want, do you want, do you want, do you want to have hobbies or do you want regrets? You know, do you want like, I mean, you can pick. Like, you know, it's like, or like, do you want to have hobbies and have regrets, or do you want not have hobbies and have your dreams? Like, you can have dreams or you can have regrets. You know, choose between your dreams and your hobbies. And again, I'm just saying, as far as if you want to do this full time or if you want to make it big, it's like it's what it is. High performing people give something up. Law of equivalent exchange, right? And again, it's fine to be a hobby creator. By the way, it's fine to be a hobby creator. I'm just saying, in terms of learning these things, dude, I spent years acquiring my skills. I was editing videos before YouTube existed. I was editing in Photoshop before YouTube existed. That helps. Yeah, I mean. I'm 38 years old. I'm almost 40. I spent years developing my skills. I don't, and the thing is, I don't really regret it. I don't really regret it. It's, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like hanging out and goofing around in your 20s isn't that fun. It's not that great compared to living your dreams. It's really not. And, yeah, I mean, if you're a hobby creator or you have a family, it's different. But you got to decide, like, if you have a family, though, I guarantee you're spending time on Netflix or something else. So you could choose between that and YouTube and learning a new skill.
Before 4 years ago, I didn't know anything about recording videos on camera. I didn't know anything about editing a video. I didn't know anything about creating thumbnails. But now here we are, 4 years later. I can competently shoot and create videos. I can do my thumbnails. I can edit in Final Cut Pro. I had to learn all that. I didn't know anything about that stuff before 4 years ago, but I put in the time to learn it, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can learn the basics of just a typography tutorial and how to use the type tool correctly in Photoshop. You can learn that in 1 weekend. You can learn that in 1 weekend, and you can practice it for an hour straight after learning it on a weekend. So guess what? You could carve out 2 hours on a weekend to go from being a 1 in Photoshop as far as one skill and learn how to become a 2 or a 3 in terms of improving just the type. Then you could do work on that for a month. And then in a month of weekends, Saturday and Sunday, 1 to 2 hours for a month, working on nothing but your typography skills and your layout with type and learning the tools and learning about font design. You could spend 2 hours on a Saturday and Sunday for 1 month. And then with 8 hours of both a consumption of, okay, watch a 30-minute tutorial, spend an hour working on it. Watch a 30-minute tutorial, spend an hour working on it. You do that Saturday and Sunday for a whole month, and you will be better. And your every thumbnail you make will be better. And every time you work on a thumbnail, it will be better, and you'll learn a new thing with regard to that just by learning font choices, typography tools, and layout. And that's it, just the type tool. Then in terms of Photoshop, you can learn basic photo retouching and spend a month of your weekends spending 2 hours on the weekends. Watch a 30-minute tutorial, spend an hour on practice. Watch a 30-minute tutorial, spend like an hour on practice. You could do that for a month. You'll be better at just editing the photos and retouching the photos and cutting out the backgrounds. You can learn that. Then in terms of the color tools and the advanced color aspects of manipulation, that's another month. You can spend 90 days to get from a 1 to a 3 or a 4 out of 5. 90 days just on your weekends. Just on your weekends. Just on your weekends. If you were doing your nights and your weekends, you will be a baller in 90 days. But you have to give up Netflix. You have to give up Netflix.
The best thing about all of this is that you can do it all for free mostly. Like the YouTube is like the world's greatest educational tool at our disposal. All you do is type in how to do such and such, and it's 100% of the chance it'll be on YouTube. Somewhere on YouTube, you'll find out how to do something. If you don't know how to use Photoshop, there are a myriad of tutorials on YouTube. If you don't know how to use a certain editing program, or if you don't know the first thing about video editing, guess what? That's on YouTube. All of it at your fingertips and at no cost to you. As long as you have access to YouTube, you have access to learn these different skills. So it's not even a financial thing. It's how much time do you want to spend getting better at what you don't know.
I mean, that's. I mean, you didn't wake up knowing how to drive a car. You weren't born knowing how to drive a car. You didn't wake up. How many hours did you put into that? So I mean, just think about it. Who watches The Watchmen? So this person says that they're kind of going for a combo of Spencer Cornelia and CoffeeZilla. I know both of those creators. I'm actually friends with both of those people. Let's see if I can find their channel though. Because the problem with that name is how much, I mean, because I get you're going for the Rorschach thing and I get your plan thing. I worry a little bit about copyright. I just like, and by copyright, I mean actual trademark of this is a franchise kind of playoff of like, because it's a common enough phrase. But again, I just do worry a little bit about that, especially lately. Copyright's been, you know, like these companies been wilding. So I don't know, I do worry about it a little bit. But I do like the branding though. The problem is the Rorschach thing though, it is their trademark. That's the one thing I worry about is I think you use the colors. I just worry a little bit about, I think you could use the colors. I just worry a little bit about the Rorschach graphics, but maybe you'll be fine. I just worry about these companies. These companies are wilding lately. Smart. Oh, he got on this Will Smith thing. He jumped on it right away and got views. And you've been streaming. This is what I mean. Look at this. 13 days ago, 21,000 views with only 1,000 subscribers versus previous upload, 600 views 2 weeks ago, 2,000, but you were doing commentary on a specific person. Okay, clearly what's working for you is when you talk about current events and specific people. I still think the thumbnails can be better. But here's the thing. It's proven that your thumbnails being simple, but when they focus on a popular person and they use their face in it, that you can get views. But again, most of these thumbnails, dude, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not gonna cap. Your thumbnails are a 1 to a 2. They're a 1 to a 2, and you could be getting those CoffeeZilla, Spencer Cornelia views if your stuff was a 1 or a 5. And I'll give you a primary example. If you go to CoffeeZilla, and you go to his channel, because you said this is like, 1 million subscribers, and he has another channel they did way before that with like 500,000. I mean, he's been like, CoffeeZilla's thumbnails are a 4 to a 5 every single time. CoffeeZilla's thumbnails are a 4 to a 5 every single time. He doesn't do a thumbnail that's not at least a 3. But it's like everything is a 4 to a 5 every single time. Now he's been doing this for a while, so don't get it twisted. But you have potential because you can tap into current events and controversies and larger people. So if you do that, and you can get 21K views when you were keeping it simple, just using the photo from the Will Smith Chris Rock thing. If you actually had thumbnails that were like a 4 out of a 3, a 4, or a 5, you could be getting more views on these streams. You could be getting thousands of views every single time. And then it's a matter, the converting subscribers thing is a matter of then if they like what they're getting. But you could be getting thousands of views every single time if the thumbnails were just better and if they were not a 1 out of 5. Viper, any thoughts?
No, I think you hit everything on the head. I just, it's just funny because every time we do one of these live streams, we end up talking so much about thumbnails. And I don't think that creators have enough appreciation of just how important thumbnails are. Like, a thumbnail can literally be the difference between your video getting looked at and your video getting scrolled by. It is
Mr. Beast obsesses over thumbnails for a reason.
Oh my God.
People just don't like, it's like, they look at what people will do is they don't want to work on it. And they're like, why can't I just, that's why people love YouTube shorts, is because then they don't have to think about thumbnails and they don't have to think about packaging and everything like that. And it's like people who are like, man, like they want to roll out of bed and then they're like, man, like, why am I single or whatever? It's like, there are things you could do. You could, do better grooming. You could dress better. You could work out. You could, put some effort into your appearance, and that alone will make you more, you could have a great personality, but if the packaging ain't on point, it's going to be a harder sale than it needs to be. It's a harder sale than it needs to be.
Yep. I think the other cool thing that you just highlighted from the previous creator is that even small creators can get big views on YouTube if they have their timing and topic and trending down. A lot of small creators feel like the platform doesn't care about them or they can't be successful, and there's very
This
little
dude
to
got
that.
on the timing and got 21,000 views. He'd been doing YouTube for 2 months and got monetized in 5 weeks by Perso. Like, you know, to be real.
I have a friend that went from
Round of applause.
I have a friend that literally went from less than 1,000 subscribers to over 100,000 in 2 months because one of her shorts went viral. It's that quick. It can happen that instantly, man. Y'all just gotta keep at it.
Yep. Project Ace says, I started my YouTube channel with gaming, transitioned into tech. Those do parallel. Niche down, but not sure if I should create a separate channel. Any tips, since they both have relatively the same amount of impressions? So if they get the same amount of impressions, it just depends on whether or not they're also performing on views, and depends on how quickly you transitioned, like whether you had an audience or not or whatever. Let me see if I can even find your channel. Oh, wow. 88K subs, 62 views. Sorry, 62 is like, sorry, 88K subs, 62 videos. Let me see something. Let's take a peek at this because I'm curious now. How are the videos doing? Let's see. 88K views. Started with gaming. Let's see. Under the right circumstance, see, like when you see a video do something like this, 10K views, 30, like, gatekeeper, can you defeat it? Like, okay, so this gatekeeper thing, this like is a gaming video and that seemed to perform. The keyboard videos I could see perform because gamers would buy keyboards. I think the desk setup didn't work. And you said aesthetic desk setup. If you had basically put the price, put gaming setup, and that thumbnail could have been better, it could have shown off the gaming stuff more, then it probably could have performed better. Things that you do with tech that ultimately support playing games seem to work for you more. And so the thing is, if you wanted to do gameplay though, I don't think you do gameplay on this channel as much. I think you can do gaming commentary on this channel. I think you can do some more meta stuff. I think you can do that. If you want to do gameplay, I would make a Twitch channel, or I would make another YouTube channel for the gameplay part if you want to do gameplay or and stuff like that. But if you want to do gaming and kind of almost set up like clickbaity, almost challenge type videos of playing the game with some type of handicap or doing something like that, could work because that would be spectacle content. But I think the tech is what's performing here. I mean, as best as I can see, I mean, when you're getting 100K views on keyboard videos, I think it's a sign that you need to do gaming hardware, dude.
Got to follow the data, man. Got to follow the data.
I mean, them views don't lie.
No. All right. I got beef when we get a moment.
You got beef when we got a moment?
I got beef when we get a moment.
I guess we have a moment.
Roberto, that I got time. So creator people said that his wife gained 2,000 subscribers in a day because of a shout out. And he says that not all growth is valuable. My question for creator people is, why did your wife get the shout out? I'm going to guess, and I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess because somebody saw something in her content that they appreciated what she was doing and they gave her a shout out. So y'all think that shout out is just inherently bad. And if you get a shout out in the wrong circumstances, it can be bad. But nobody is shouting you out unless you earn that most of the time, okay? You have to earn that stuff. The creator's just not going to put their name and their brand behind you unless you deserve it, usually.
The exception being if you bought it. People be doing that. It's a business model. I've been seeing people out in these. I've been seeing people on these content streets, paying $1,000 for, and I've been seeing creators take money for it. To doing $1,000, getting shouting somebody out, putting them on. It's a lucrative business. It's a good way to make $1,000 in a weekend for no reason. And I've seen people do it. I've seen people do shout out streams and get all kinds of money. It's like, it's a lucrative business model. It doesn't really help you build an audience that cares about you and is loyal or cares about the content or does anything meaningful. I've seen people do sub for sub streams. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea.
Very terrible.
You know, it's like, I mean, the attention is validating and it can feel good, and then it does nothing. And
Right,
yeah,
so
your numbers are up, but it doesn't really help the views. It doesn't help the performance of anything. It's like, you know, it's you know, like, if audiences are aligned and it's the same niche, well, that's different. I mean, a collab would be more valuable, but a collab is not a guarantee. You know,
yep.
I think that building long-term relationships with creators and working together works out better generally. But you shouldn't even do that to get something out of it and to grow. You should do that for the relationship and for the content and for the viewers. Best way to grow is to serve viewers. The best way to grow will always be to serve viewers. But also going back to Project Ace real quick though, thumbnails are solid and you can get views. You can get views. I mean, like a 1 million view video, like it's like product thumbnail, simple. Photography can win, y'all. Look at some of these keyboard videos. That's some good photography, some thoughtful layout, some top-down stuff. He picked an aesthetic, got a brand going. But again, most of these videos are performers. So, I mean, you know, I mean, look at that. That's beautiful. I love it. I love this. You love to see it. You love to see it. So these thumbnails, these are 4s and 5s.
You're not just saying that because you like, I know how much you love the color purple. Look at your background, and I know the person using a lot of purple.
I'm Spider-Verse. It's CMYK, dude. It's CMYK. It's not just the purple. It's CMYK. It's cyan, magenta, and yellow, and that black. You know,
I see a striking similarity to your background to this person's thumbnail. I'm just saying.
I mean, it is what it is, but it's like you can say I'm biased, but I mean, you can't deny that these thumbnails are 4s and 5s.
I just have to mess with you. That's all.
I know you do. You be doing it. Like, I get it, but like these are 4s and 5s. These are 4s and 5s. You know, credit where credit's due. I mean, it's getting the views too. So
I don't know if Roberto told you all this when he was going through thumbnail, but sometimes simple is the best. Well, actually, a lot of times with thumbnails, simple is the best. That's more for y'all.
Keep it clean.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta keep it clean.
Yup.
Thank you, Next Gen Video Game Theory, for the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you. So, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. And remember, channel members, you're going to get to call in and be with me and Viper here. It'll be posted over in the channel members section of the YouTube channel. We're going to do that at the end here. And you guys get 1 or 2 minutes to ask a question on camera if you're paying channel members. But yeah. And we're going to be doing that whenever we do these streams. So it's another perk of being a channel member. Plus, I have some exclusive content coming. Don't worry about it. You got 60, 70 exclusive videos in the back catalog for members only. You're going to be getting a couple of videos every month as a channel member. It's just $5 a month. And we'd love to see it. We'd love to see more channel members here. But yeah, we're going to let y'all do call-in show for members. So you got to be a member. And to be here in the live chat, you got to be a subscriber.
Yeah, I thought you had a subscriber only button on.
Oh yeah, that's how we're doing it. Also, again, shout out to our sponsor, StreamYard, for making all of this possible with the best live stream tool, making it easy for the call-in show, making it easy for me and Viper to collab with the push of a button. And also, thank you to our friends over at TubeBuddy, the best YouTube plugin in the land for YouTube SEO, A/B testing, optimization. So funny about that, Viper, I'm gonna show y'all how an A/B test worked out for me. Let me pull it up because again, I want to make a point about these thumbnails because people just be playing around. So we're gonna keep it all the way clean here. People play around and they think that they can play around at these thumbnails don't matter because they find 1 or 2 exceptions who do, you know, a crappy thumbnail and still get views. And it's 1 or 2 exceptions. And again, good timing. You get in on a meme, you get in on a viral moment like the Will Smith thing. Yeah, sure. Nice things can happen without catering to making a pro level thumbnail. But, you know, it does matter to make good thumbnails. It really does at the end of the day, because it can be the biggest difference between a video performing and not performing. And to make that point here, I want to show you an A/B test I ran. So I ran an A/B test on this "Why You Should Start a YouTube Channel" video, and it was the new version outperformed by 14%. 14%. The yellow did better than the blue, and I mean, it basically did better in every single way, in every single category. And look at this. Here's the thing I keep talking about, Viper, is these traffic sources. It basically performed better 2-to-1 on suggested videos. It performed better by 30% on search, better by 50% on suggested videos, and better by 20% on browse features. Like, you can't really play around when you start seeing those kinds of numbers in terms of the overall performance. Even like people who clicked on it, like did it better on the average view duration and estimated minutes watched. It did better in every single vertical, in every single way, and sometimes by a factor of more than 20%. And it averaged out to being better by 14%. 14%. You can't really deny the value of A/B testing and getting thumbnails right. And this is a feature of TubeBuddy, by the way. Link in the description down below. You can sign up for free, but if you want A/B testing, you got to get one of the paid plans and get one of the higher tier plans. But I mean, 14% to 20% difference in getting views, man.
Numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
I remember earlier this year, I had a video that I put out there that it wasn't doing all that hot in the first hour or so. So I changed the thumbnail and it went from like a 8 out of 10 to a 1 out of 10.
That happened. I got 80,000 views on a video that I thought was dead because I changed the thumbnail and I tweaked the title a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. And it went from being dead to getting me 80,000 views.
Thumbnails matter, baby. Thumbnails matter.
Oh, it matters. Topic, title, thumbnail. Timing can help. Timing can help. Good timing. Good timing goes a long way. Craden TV, we see you. We're going to put you in the queue there. Channel review. Love the content and helpful information. My channel is about tech and gaming. Just want to get an opinion based off my channel. Think I struggle with thumbnail or title for my videos. God bless. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So we'll take a look at that. I'm going to try and wrap up these, get through these. A+ Russian, $2. How important is it to standardize look for thumbnails? I make the thumbnails to be as effective as they can for the video. If it's between choosing branding and effectiveness, I choose effectiveness every time.
Yeah, that's one of the things I stopped doing this year. I used to brand all my thumbnails. I don't do that anymore.
Who watches The Watchmen says, should I put my image in the thumbnails even though I'm showing new? I don't think you have to if you're doing commentary. I think you just have to make really effective thumbnails if you're doing commentary. Like you have to make very effective thumbnails if you're doing commentary. Again, we might do a thumbnail workshop again, and I could show you guys. I mean, I showed you guys how to make, like, when we're talking about cosmic horror and creepypasta, showed you how to make a creepypasta thumbnail. I don't think we have time for me to sit here and for me to really make a Rocky Nash live. How's it going? Truth, views don't lie. Like, data doesn't lie. It's all the data. But I think that it comes down to, again, making super, effective thumbnails, and I think that the super effective thumbnails can be different things, like, and again, rate yourself on, look at a channel that you think is performing and that is performing. The data, the views show, oh, it's performing, and the thumbnails go, oh, that's quality. That's someone who knows what they're doing. That's like, oh, I'd click on that, right? And figure out what like a 4 or a 5 looks like. You'll know because it'll be like, oh yeah, that's obviously a YouTuber that has like it going on and knows what they're doing, has experience, right? So again, someone like someone like a Marquez, somebody like a CoffeeZilla, somebody like a Roberto Blake. Like, you can see thumbnails that are working and that look good and are like, okay, that gets some views. That's what's up. Whatever. Linus Tech Tips, whoever you want, right? Whoever's in your niche, whoever's top tier crushing it in your niche, you could look at their stuff. And you can go, okay, that's what a 4 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5 or a 5 out of 5 could look like. So
Okay.
then,
hold on. I got a question.
Yeah.
What chair are you sitting in tonight?
Oh, this is an ergonomic chair. I moved the gaming chair down to the basement. This is an ergonomic chair, and it does really good. I like it. It's been really comfortable.
What brand is it?
I forget. I could probably share it on Twitter and everything like that. But it's one of the brands on Amazon. It was but it's really good, and it wasn't super expensive, but it was really good. I put it together in like 10 minutes.
Cool.
I like it. So yeah, so I mean, there's things you can do. There's things you can do. Alpha J Show, what's up? Alpha J Show is like one of my favorite content creators and one of my favorite coaching success stories. Alpha J says, just chipping in a bit more because the advice on thumbnails really does help. You guys are a gold mine for information. Thank you, Alpha J. Alpha J, someone who's done one-on-one coaching with me. This kid, I love this kid. He's got like a staff now. He's killing it. He's one of the leaders in like doing commentary on cartoons and animation stuff. And I actually watch his content. I actually enjoy it. And he's built out a whole brand. He's amazing.
I don't know what he's talking about. That's the gold mine. That's the gold mine for information.
I mean, I'm just here. You're more relatable than I am, Viper.
That's the gold mine right there. I'm just here.
I don't know, but like you bring value, Viper, and like you're more relatable than I am.
You go. How to do it.
Thank you, Overseer PC, for some more of that sweet New Zealand cash. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, the audience appreciates you. They love you, Viper.
Viper loved them too.
All right, so let's see. We did Watchmen. Spicy Punk Rock says, don't need a review, but can I get what's up? What's up, Spicy Punk Rocker?
Roberto, we got a question in the chat. Someone is asking, where can they find your coaching info?
You can go to www.awesomecreatoracademy.com/coaching, and that will get you right. www.awesomecreatoracademy.com/coaching.
Have you ever told the origin story of how you came up with that name for your business?
I have to think about it, but the thing is, it was kind of easy because I mean, my podcast is called Create Something Awesome Today. My tagline is Create Something Awesome Today. Awesome Creator Academy is kind of like pretty easy. Like,
I was just curious if it's something that you have to think about for a while, or you just like came up with it out of the blue.
No, it was really easy. And then it's like, I have Awesome Creator Academy, I have Awesome Creator Labs, I have I've got a couple things going on. Create Something Awesome Today podcast. Also, the name of the book coming out in August 22nd is the book. Create Something Awesome, how content creators are making money in the creator economy. So
you got a book out. We got an official date.
August 22nd so far. August 22nd is the current launch date if nothing goes wrong.
And I know I asked you before, this will be an ebook I can get digitally, right?
You can do physical and ebook. It is your choice. Eventually, a audiobook will be out. That's going to take me longer. It's going to take me a little longer to do the audiobook, but the rest of it, print and ebook. And you will be able to pre-order, hopefully in June, you'll be able to pre-order because it's going to take me a while to finish I hired our friend River as the editor because she works at a publishing company. Ooh. She's also doing a little bit of a consulting for me on some things in the publishing process. I have a call with our friend Dale Roberts, Self-Publishing with Dale, very popular YouTuber in the publishing space.
Okay.
And I used all the advice in his YouTube videos and his book for all of this. So, Persian YouTuber Academy. YouTube does not translate stuff for me very well, and on top of that, I obviously do not speak Persian, and it does not auto-translate. So the best thing I can tell you is I do like the poses for your thumbnails. I do like your overall thumbnail strategy. And for only doing 15 videos, I think your channel is doing fine on views. I don't understand the context of your YouTube shorts. So again, the only advice I can really give you is to just keep trying to up your thumbnail game. These thumbnails aren't bad. They're about a 3. Just work on it a little bit more. I can't give you any title or topic advice because I don't speak the language. So guys, if I don't speak the language, it's nearly impossible for me. You know, I can do a little bit with Spanish YouTube channels, but that's about it. All right, so let's see. I don't know that one's a channel review, but we're going to take a peek at it anyway. Frugal Nurse Life RN.
Don't forget the BSN.
226 videos, so definitely props on consistency. Let's take a peek. You're hiding the subscriber count. You don't need to do that. It's fine to be a small YouTuber. You got some shorts. Okay, cool. Frugal Nurse, hauls, reviews, nursing, lifestyle, and chats. My worrying concern is how much this could be all over the place. I think, I get what you're going for. I mean, to a point, I get what you're going for. Thumbnails are a little all over the place. Thumbnails are a little bit over the place to where it doesn't necessarily always feel like it's from the same creator.
All right, here's my thing. The channel is called Frugal Nurse, but you're doing content about hauls. It doesn't add up for me.
I think you're just trying to leverage like personal identity of like, but nothing here is about how I get a career in nursing. So
yes, that's what I mean exactly. There you go. Yes. If the channel has the name title nurse in it, I'm assuming that the channel has something to do with nursing or how to go to nursing school or get a nursing degree or how do I do with things in the nursing field.
This is why I know people don't always want to do, but this is why I prefer when a channel picks a name or a stage name, because people start out with one idea and then they go to another idea and then they go variety and then they go, oh, I just want to do me and stuff. If you're gonna make stuff and you want to make what you want to make, in general, the best idea is to use your name or a stage name.
Yeah. And now that was the next thing I was going to say. If you want to use
Viper, like exactly. It's not Viper with 3 Y's on his birth certificate.
No, it's not. So if you want to make a content about hauls and all that stuff, that's fine. But just don't call your channel Frugal Nurse because it just throws the. See, I say this a lot, but I'm gonna say it again. When you all are making your content and you're doing your branding and everything that encompasses that, you have to think about things from a viewer perspective. When Viper or Roberto or anybody in the chat lands on your channel, are we going to get what we expect to get from your branding and how you make your channel and your title and your content? If not, then you need to work on that because it's all about the viewer experience. We can do everything that we want to do as creators, but we are nothing without our viewers. So if you don't take your viewers into consideration, you're not going to make it very far as a creator.
Yep. I mean, doomsday prep and see, here's the thing. I get that a little bit of what you want to do is you want to trade on some of your credibility of your healthcare knowledge. I think you could do that without but it's already. I mean, it's a little late in the sense that your YouTube channel, not just your channel, but you have over 1,000 subscribers apparently because your channel URL name is Frugal Nurse Life RN BSN. But that's a URL that's like not easy to type in or to think. So it's like it doesn't so someone basically has to type in your channel name to get your video. So it's not easy to find. So again, I am going to have to make a video on I know we're doing a live stream next week, but in the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna absolutely have to do at some point here, I have to do a video about channel names. Apparently, I didn't think there was a point in me making a video about channel names and naming your channel because Sean Cannell did a video about it years ago and it got like 1 million views. It's like, okay, that's the video. That's what everybody needs to watch in terms of name your YouTube channel. I mean, it's like.
Here's the thing, though. If her content was about nursing, I would not have a problem with her channel name because her channel name tells me that she is a registered nurse, which is a pretty high up there as a nurse, and she has a bachelor of science in nursing. I don't have a problem with that. That's cool. If your content is mainly about nursing, I have no issue with that channel name.
Yeah, but then if your channel is not about that, it's like I would have preferred something. like again
We on
a
the same page, man. We on the same page, baby. We on the same page.
right, because it doesn't have to be that you don't have to put hauls or what you do. Like, look, a lot of you are going to change your mind about what you want to do. So maybe the answer is to not put that in the channel name, because a lot of you, if you're the kind of person who thinks there's any possibility that you will change your mind about what you want to do not make that the channel URL and do not make that the channel name. And this is why I'm going to have to make, because again, Sean made a video 4 or 5 years ago. It's got 2.5 million views. I didn't think it's like it was necessary for me to make a video about how to name your YouTube channel, but clearly I have to make
it's necessary, baby. It's necessary.
Right. I mean, Catherine Manning could have just stayed with Content Bug because it was cute. It was clever. She just again, she scrapped it because it was she felt like it represented a lack of confidence and that it was trying to be too cutesy or clever. And she wants to have it be more professional and authentic and grown. And that's smart. And it's that she made it her name now. But she went with the Content Bug and she was known by that for a good year or two before she switched it up. And so, but again, my thing is, I'm clearly going to have to make a video about channel names, and I'll have to also cover channel URLs in that. Because again, a lot of you end up stuck with things that don't reflect who you are because you're just getting started. You don't know what you want to do. You're doing random things, and then you find something that works, and then you move to that, but it may not reflect what you named it, and then it's just this brand confusion. So I'm clearly going to have to make something, even though Sean made the video that I think everyone should watch. I'm clearly going to have to make my own video on this. But,
and here's the other thing, the channel name and URL is one of the things. Whatever your channel name is, that's what YouTube usually makes the URL. Even when you have the ability to make it custom, it's going to be your channel name. That's what your URL.
You can just change your channel name to what you want the URL to be, and then change your channel name later. That's another reason I have to bring it up. Because that's how I did it. But people don't be knowing. People don't be knowing. So I have to,
Man, with the YouTube hack.
Yeah, and you need 100 subscribers to be able to get a channel URL.
And your channel has to be live for 30 days.
Yes.
Really.
Yes. Yeah. So again, the main thing here, Frugal Nurse, is, I mean, you can keep your channel name whatever you want or whatever because it's kind of a done deal at this point, but it does set up expectations. Even if you get I would Frugal Nurse RNBS. I don't need the channel name to be that. You can go into YouTube, customize, change the channel name, and maybe it's I would just call it Frugal Nurse Hauls if you're good, because it seems like you're focused on hauls or something like that, or Frugal Nurse Lifestyle if you are going to be I'm a frugal nurse, here's my lifestyle and here's some lifestyle content. Because again, it looks like you've decided to be a lifestyle creator. It's possible that maybe in the oldest point in your stuff you were doing career advice videos, which I think that could have been a lucrative thing or a niche. And it looks like you were doing health. You were always doing healthy things and healthy lifestyle things using your nursing background. And you probably still intend to do some of that. So maybe that's where it's coming from. My best advice, though, is to focus on your thumbnails being more effective. Use some of the things we talked about as far as learning some basic editing techniques. Looks like you're using Canva here. I think a lot of y'all are sleeping on what you could be doing in Canva. You can do a lot in Canva as long as you actually are just taking good what's it called? As long as y'all do good poses, as long as y'all are doing good poses and you're focusing on that, I'm going to see if I can open up Canva real quick. As long as y'all are focusing on, I have good photography to work with, y'all could do Canva stuff. Y'all could do Canva stuff. I mean, I do Canva stuff all the time. Y'all could that's how I make the thumbnails for the podcast is Canva. I mean, you can just go into Canva. This one, I think I already removed the background. You just go into Canva. Yeah, I've removed the background already. So you can go into Canva and y'all can be doing stuff. Canva has a lot of things going on in its favor. Actually. So y'all could be in Canva It's not going to be quite the same as my glorious Photoshop and what I get out of that. But you can go into Canva and we can edit this image. We can get my contrast up, get that saturation going a little bit, get some melanin back in my face. We can do some other adjustments here. We can get me a little sharper using the clarity tool. We can get some contrast up in there. We can make me bigger. We can get a decent thumbnail out of this. In fact, actually, we can get this less flat. We can use a different YouTube logo. We can use one that has some built-in shadow depth in it. I don't like that one. Maybe that one. So yeah, we can rotate this. We can put it behind me, move this stuff around. And again, this is how I make stuff for the podcast. We can use the type tool. And yeah, if you have the fonts installed, you can use things like Bebas. Someone was saying Canva doesn't have Bebas New. It's a matter of whether you have the font or not. Let's see.
So somebody in the chat earlier was asking, how do I do my thumbnails? Now, I am no Roberto Blake, but the one thing that I do try to do on every thumbnail that I make is make everything as big as I humanly can, because what you guys need to realize and remember is that 70% of the people that watch YouTube are watching on a mobile device, which means your thumbnails are going to be very, very small to them on their cell phones and things. So you want to make everything as big as you can make it so it's easily visible. So that's what I do.
Let's see here.
Right now, Roberto is using Canva.com. He's literally on Canva.com doing this.
Yep. I'm literally using, this is all in browser, by the way. This is all in browser. This is all, and this is free. On top of everything else, this is free.
I think most of you all are aware, but there's also a free background removal tool online too.
And Canva has a free background remover built in.
There you go.
It has it built in. I really don't feel like that text does this justice, so I have another idea here. Let's simplify this a little bit. And this is not as good as my precious Photoshop. Some people can almost get as good as my precious, my precious. Some people can get almost as good as my precious Photoshop with Canva. I just do it for basic things, and I can use it. I can use it okay. I'm not the biggest Canva fanboy. I don't love Canva the way I love Photoshop. I'm an Adobe fanboy. I'm but again, I can make a passable freaking thumbnail. I can make a passable freaking thumbnail using Canva stuff. It's better if I use my own assets. It's better if I use my own assets when I do it. But I can kind of use this stuff. Actually,
I can feel the disdain for your not loving of Canva from all the way over here.
Freaking precious photo. My precious Photoshop.
I can feel the disdain over here, man.
My precious Photoshop.
It's like you're making a thumbnail under duress. You're like,
I'm making a thumbnail under duress. It's I want my damn Photoshop. I'm just doing this because people are cheap. I'm just doing this because people are cheap. Give me my bloody Photoshop.
I am making it under duress.
I'm making this under duress. I'm doing this completely under duress. This is torture. This is torture. This is cruel and unusual, making me operate without proper professional tools. This is ridiculous. This has got why would you do that to me? It's unfair. It's like Anakin Skywalker. This is outrageous.
Oh, man.
It's outrageous and unfair. Dare the council treat me this way? But again, I can make a passable YouTube.
That is actually very good.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. It's like I'll give it a 3 or 4 out of 5. It's like it could be better. I could definitely do this better in Photoshop, to be very real with you. But for the purposes of like this, like tutorial, and for the purposes of people just trying to get by with the tools that are available to them, this works. This isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. You can make this work. You can make this work. You can make some things pop. You can make some things happen. This is a free tool. So you can't make a ton of excuses about like, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. And again, Photoshop's not that expensive. It's $10 a month. Affinity Photo, you get $60 permanently, and it's close to Photoshop. And I could use Affinity, but it's basically using Photoshop, so there's not much point in like showing you the difference between the two on that. For me,
that's what I use. I use Affinity Photo on my iPad. It's lovely. Yeah.
So I mean, there's I'm just looking at like different effects or things I could do. And again, this isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. This works. This is something you could get away with. This is clickable. This is about as good as the thumbnail that like Sean had when we were doing stuff or whatever. So it's like, again, you could do something very simple in Canva, and the main thing is just removing yourself from the background and touching up the the photo. And again, I do all these crazy poses and things like that to give myself.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I did, like, yeah, great. This is like again like a little bit of a depressed thing. You've seen Graham Stephan do those.
No, I haven't, but this is intriguing.
Yeah. Here's another thing we could do. See, watch this. I can go with this, and we can edit background, click remove background, and watch this. I could instantly make this whole thing better. Watch this. Just give it a minute. Come on, Canva, quit struggling. All right, so there's Canva with its like, its freaking struggle bus moment. All right, so watch this. Now I'm gonna crop this down. I'm gonna crop this down to basically make it look like I'm in this YouTube video.
Oh, that's slick.
Yeah. And so then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this, and I'm going to size it to where I'm pointing up like that, and to where that's what's coming out of the thumbnail here. And so I can just place this YouTube logo in either place, but if I want to make this somewhat dynamic, I can kind of pull this to the front, pull this down a little bit. I can probably make this a little bit bigger. Not that much bigger. That much bigger. Do this. And what I could probably do is I can get it right behind my hat. There's a little bit of that going on. So it's behind my hat. And probably get this YouTube thing right about like here. And there, it's not the worst thumbnail. And again, if I'm going to retouch myself a little bit, we'll just adjust my contrast, saturation, sharpen me up a little bit, play with shadows. What do I want to do? Highlights. What do I want to do? Too sharp. And there we go. We got there. We're doing something. There's Canva, y'all. There's Canva. Like a depth photo, sharp, using using what we have. It's free. I'm not in love with it. We could use this YouTube logo or not. We could shrink this or not. We could, throw this over here. We could rotate it. We can, we can do whatever we think works. And maybe that's more of the look. Whatever. But we're doing something. And that's what Canva, and that's for free. And that's something you can do in terms of, I can't make thumbnails like you. I have free software, I have Canva. It's like you can just put more effort in. And again, I feel like this was more effort than just making a superior thing in Photoshop. I could have maybe even used Photoshop and Canva combined and made something really good here. So but you can do something. You can, work with
if
something.
this man can make a thumbnail under duress, y'all can do it too. Come on now.
With not my favorite tool. And this is usable. And this would pass. I mean, so I make a thumbnail like this if I'm doing like the podcast or a different YouTube channel or something like that. And so I can make that work. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Canva.
Okay, go back to that thumbnail real quick.
Sure.
All right, y'all noticed everything. Y'all noticed what's going on with the thumbnail. Number one, it popped out, but number two, more importantly, everything is big. He's big. The YouTube logo is big. The text is big. Everything on that thumbnail is big. And again, you want to make sure when you make your thumbnails that all the important parts are big and pop out, because again, most people are watching your content on a mobile device. And so if you're making little tiny text and things, chances are they're not even going to be able to read it or understand it. So the fact that he made everything big on his thumbnail is very important for people watching on a mobile device.
Yep. And again, it's like, it doesn't have to be over the top. It doesn't have to be over the top or nothing, And again, I could use this element or not use this element in terms of like this whole arrow thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I can delete it. I don't think it works here. But you got these elements in Canva. You could try and take advantage of them. You can see if you think they work. Another version of it could be pointing from here to here and making that smaller, pointing from me to the YouTube thing. Like maybe that works. I don't really know how I feel about that. Again, I would probably rather, again, do all of this in Photoshop and be able to fully control what has drop shadows, what those drop shadows look like, what their effects are, all this other stuff. But, it is what it is. You got some options here. You got something to do, and it's free. It's free. It's free. You can do it. And again, the main thing is, well, what if you take better poses and photos for your thumbnails, and what if you came up with an idea, or what if you sketch something out, or what if you think about, well, what makes sense and things like that. Because again, even with this, I could take this a little bit further, Viper, because I could just decide that what makes sense is making this a little bit even bigger, in terms of that, and making it theoretically more recognizable that this is a YouTube thing. And so getting it a little bit more like this, maybe even and again, I could also decide that maybe the blue isn't the answer. Maybe the answer to the YouTube part of this equation is making it more red, and again, maybe I resize it again. Maybe I resize it some more. Maybe I play with it a little bit more. Maybe this is because I need the bell notifications. Maybe that is part of telling the story. That this is to make it clear that this is YouTube and that this is for YouTubers or something like that. Maybe that's a necessary element. Maybe I don't need to worry as much about whether or not my cap does the clever thing with the text, or maybe, so I could always shrink this up a little bit. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that sells it more. Maybe that's what sells it more. So again, it's about just thinking it through and making it practical and making it all work and coming up with a concept.
And the other important thing that we need to highlight is that you don't have to be Roberto Blake to do this stuff. Anybody can learn how to use Canva. Anybody can learn how to use Photoshop or whatever thumbnail creation tool you want to use. You can learn how to use.
Yep. So let me try and get to some of these other reviews real quick, and then
And yet
we'll
you're
like see
public
if we,
awake.
huh?
I said you're public awake, my dude.
And we'll see if we like have like we'll see how long my voice lasts, and then we'll try and see if anybody called in, like wants to call in once we drop that in the community tab. Once I get through the paid super chats, I don't think we have that many left to go, and I'll try and make these quicker. Let's see. Healthy bearded. What are people saying in the chat?
Let's see, what are people saying in the chat? People are waiting for the link for StreamYard. I don't think he put that out there yet.
Oh yeah, no, we haven't. That'll go to channel members in the channel members tab when we're doing it. I want to wait until we're done with channel reviews because I just want to get through them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Healthy bearded. Brand new content every week. I like the banner. But the thumbnails not so much. Let's see. These thumbnails are between a 1 and 2 out of 5. And with the live streams, I wish the live streams thumbnails were branded closer to like the channel banner. What's the best performers? Let's see what we're looking at. What are we working with? Looks like here YouTube Shorts is your best performer. Other than that, welcome to Healthy Bearded. Best beard products. Okay. Best beard I really think that these thumbnails are between a 1 and a 2 out of 5, and that your channel will grow if you focus on better thumbnails. And in terms of better thumbnails, I would focus on like the products. I mean, it's like if we type into YouTube and we go into like men's beard grooming and everything, look at these thumbnails. Look at these thumbnails. Before and after, like look at this. Like these are like, okay, so when you see thumbnails like this and you see, okay, that's a 5 because that's what gets the views. And like, oh, clearly like Alpha M's a great channel. And in terms of the things around, like, again, you could basically look at Alpha M's channel and it's a masterclass in making effective thumbnails. And so if you're going to do men's lifestyle content, Alpha M is a masterclass. And look at this with this 10-minute face fix. I mean, this is like brilliant. Look at like 700 insights you're not healthy. All these like this is a masterclass in like things you could be doing in terms of your approach. These are things that work clearly. They get the views. And so you could just look up anything with regard to some of his channel when it comes to any of his tips on men's style and grooming. Same thing for Real Men, Real Style. But I mean, look at this. Andy Authentic, Urban, Hustler Style. Look at these. These are thumbnails that are 4s and 5s. So again, for any of you can type in the thing for your niche or the title of one of your videos, and all of you can see what a 4 or 5 thumbnail looks like. And then you know that that's what you need to be doing because that is how you're going to get more views. If you're able to get views and you have been getting views with thumbnails that are 1 or a 2, imagine if you step it up and you get a 3 or 4 out of 5 out of 5, you're going to be able to start to get more views than you have subscribers on some of your thumbnails. You're going to start to be able to get closer to 5 and 10,000 views instead of 1 or 2,000 or a couple hundred or this or that, or whatever you think you should be getting. Whatever you think you should be getting can be improved by improving the appearance of your thumbnails because that's what we have to go off of. It's what we have to go off of. So appearances matter. I mean, even your content is going to men's beard and grooming and lifestyle. So clearly you understand appearances matter. So treat the content that way. And I think it goes a long way.
Yep.
All right. So Zeta J said with the $50 super chat, glad to see you live streaming again. Been working on this channel as a side project. Want to know what you think so far? Okay, let's see what we can do. 6 videos, 352 subscribers. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what you got. Strong banner. The thumbnails need to be as strong as the banner. In this case, these thumbnails need to be as strong as the banner. 15 videos, I think, so far. So, getting like actually less than that, 6 videos so far. So again, not bad. Not a bad start. If you're gonna focus on Roblox, definitely make sure you're doing things in culture that matter. This is a good start. It needs consistency though. There's like a big old 2-month gap between uploads here and everything like that. Massive 6-month gap between. Like, your thing is, if you could just make consistent videos and you could put out a video a week, you probably will see some growth. And again, if your thumbnails keep being good, Spider-Man one is good. These other couple first ones are good. Like, if you could just keep this consistency up, because like you only have 6 videos here and it's been a year. You did this with 6 videos. It's been a year. If you had been weekly, you'd have 10 times as many videos. You probably would be monetized by now. This channel could have been monetized if it can be consistent.
Yeah, that video to subscriber count is legit.
Oh yeah, facts. And one of these videos popped off. See, look, not even 1,000 subscribers. There's a video here that has 4,000 views. Y'all keep thinking YouTube is holding y'all back. It's not. It's content. Topic, title, thumbnail. It's content. YouTube's pushing y'all. It's getting people to click and getting them to stay. And it's hard. It's hard. Even for me. Even for Viper. It's hard.
Yep.
Rachel Masters, should I put my face in a thumbnail if a movie review chat? We talked about this. This was a super chat earlier for just a question, and I think it can work. I would do either one, and I would A/B test them. Again, how much better is it? Easier to use Photoshop versus Canva? It depends.
You thought what he was going through. Y'all thought
it depends. Canva, I lack control. Y'all can do simple thumbnails in Canva, but I like making the most effective thumbnail I can, and the most effective, like, again, it does work on the podcast channel. I will be real. It does work on the podcast channel. So on the podcast channel, I exclusively basically use Canva. I've used Photoshop on a handful of the podcast channel's videos. Hang on. Probably podcast. So we've done some videos over on the podcast channel. And the main thing I do at the podcast channel is I use Canva for very quick thumbnails for these impromptu videos. And then now when I do these interviews, these big interviews, I do Photoshop thumbnails, and I've created my own Photoshop thumbnail style. But we do all right with Canva. We get views. We can pull views and get 1,000 views with Canva thumbnails. We can pull views, and they're not terrible, but you can see a difference between that and if I were to just do my Photoshop stuff, And so I'd rather this one with the YouTube copyright crisis thing. That's clearly a Photoshop thumbnail. I prefer that, obviously. It's so again, I think that I obviously prefer Photoshop, but you can go either way and you can get views. You can get 1,000 views. You can just, do Canva. I know plenty of full-time creators just doing Canva thumbnails.
No matter which tool you use, though, you have to be willing to take the time to learn how to use it, though.
If you can master Canva, your thumbnails might end up being as good as my Photoshop thumbnails. If you could master Canva, you could use other tools. There's Photopea, there's Affinity, there's affordable tools out there if you refuse to use Photoshop. But here's the thing: if you join Photoshop, you're joining a community, and you can take advantage of tutorials like mine. Adoption with Neri. Thank you for keeping it real. Benefited so much from your info. Just done my first live after posting video for 2 years. How can I stop myself from getting addicted to them? I love meeting my audience. I like doing live streams too. I mean, if you can sustain them, keep doing them. Now, I want to show off this channel a little bit because it's like I think Neri, I think I'm pronouncing that right. I think Neri is doing a pretty good job with some stuff. Some of these thumbnails look really simple. These might be Canva thumbnails for all I know, because they could be. A little over 1,000 stubs talking about the journey of this about adoption and trauma and different things. Let's sort by most viewed, most popular. So yeah, again, these are, I would almost bet money these are Canva thumbnails. You can get 1,000, 2,000 views. These look like Canva thumbnails, but they can work. You could easily tell that these are probably Canva thumbnails. You can make Canva work. Look at that. So yeah, I think that this is a really good example of using simple thumbnails. And here's the thing, these thumbnails, you can kind of, even though they're a little different every thumbnail, these still feel like they're from the same creator. They don't feel all over the place. Every topic is focused, and it's hitting, and it's about adoption, and it's just what it is. And so very good job here. Making a resource, sharing your journey. Solid job, Neri. Well done.
Mr. Blake, you have a brand new channel member.
Excellent. Is this who you're talking about?
That is it.
Yeah, so Luminous Star Channel, welcome to the awesome squad. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we've got more reviews to get through. I don't know that we have that many. I think we've got Creighton, and then I think we're done with reviews. So I think now all we have is Creighton TV. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. Reviews are closed, by the way. Reviews are closed. In fact, let's see if there's something I have here to say channel reviews are closed. I do not have a ticker that says channel reviews are closed. I need to get on that at some point. But yeah. Channel reviews are now closed. So we're going to do the members call-in show after we hit up Creighton TV's channel. Also, I need some more water here. Let's see. Creighton TV, 400 videos, 2,000 subs. Ouch. That's a lot. Let's see what you got. All right, so let's see. Apply for the dream job of a lifetime. I've applied to. Okay, that's your featured video. It does not seem to apply to what the rest of this is, and as best as I can tell. I'm struggling to hard work, have fun, history, mobile. I am having a hard time figuring out what the content is. That might be why it's 400 videos to 2,000 subs is. I think it might be hard to figure out the content. All right, so these thumbnails are like a 2. These are like a 2 out of 5 in terms of thumbnails. Cluttered. A lot of them are hard to read. I think that's a big problem.
Yep, thumbnails are too busy.
Let's see what the most viewed videos look like. Let's see what the audience was saying they liked. Streamlabs OBS tutorial. Dodge Charger, that's just like, that's 4 years ago. That's probably just when you were starting out. And yeah. Astro controller, specific thing, all right, so out of your top 5 videos, 3 of them, of your top 5 videos, you have 3 videos that all have, you have 5 videos that all have over 10,000 subscribers. And out of the 5 of them, 1 of them is your car, 2 of them are 3 of them are Streamlabs, and 1 of them is an Astro gaming controller. Out of your top 10 videos, 3 of them are Astro gaming controllers, 3 of them are OBS, and the others are car reviews. I don't think you really need to be making car reviews. I don't think it fits with Astro controllers and Streamlabs. Those things seem more in common. Let's see what else we got here. So I have your top 15. 5 of them are Streamlabs. I have your top 15. 5 of them are Astro. So Streamlabs and Astro controllers as a brand. Okay. smartphone gaming controller. That did views for you. More gaming controller. Okay, so I would be focused on live streaming hardware, live streaming accessories, PS5 accessories, and how to live stream PS5, PS5 with Streamlabs, PS5 with OBS, alternatives to Streamlabs, alternatives to OBS, and I would exclusively be dealing in that. And again, headphones, Astro controllers, Astro headsets, Twitch setups, and I would be exclusively making that content. I would not be making videos about Jordans or cars.
Also, ironically enough, the Astro headsets and things like that, that could be part of streaming as well, because there are streamers that use Astro headsets to stream. So
yeah. So again, I already know what videos to make. I already know what videos to make. Streamlabs OBS, OBS Studio, Astro controllers. Probably even look at another brand of controllers, comparisons, and I'd be also the Astro headsets, probably Turtle Beach headsets too. So I'd be going that route. And that's exclusively the content I would be making. And I would not be making videos about, and I'd be making videos about Twitch and maybe like gaming on Twitch versus gaming on YouTube, because that's going to be a thing. And I would not be making videos about iPhones, Jordans, or cars. Yeah. And then by focusing on the top performers, by focusing exclusively on top performers, the channel will grow. And then by making the thumbnails, taking the thumbnails from being a 2 to taking the thumbnails to being a 4 or 5, these could have gotten even more views. These thumbnails, there was the potential, there was the missed opportunity to get 100,000 views on these videos. The opportunity existed to get 50 to 100,000 views on these videos. And it's still there. It's still an option. It's still a possibility. So I would be focusing on clearly what the audience response was to. Instead of just making whatever I want to make, I would be giving the audience what they came for and what they rocked with and what they clearly signed up for. I would be going that route. I'd 100% be going that route. I'd probably also be doing, getting in on some Elgato products.
Yep, Elgato's always looking for people to work with it too. So
yeah,
definitely.
I'd also definitely make sure I'm keeping up the consistency. So I would focus on those main things, and I wouldn't miss a week of uploads. And I would be doing like reviews of the best PS5 controllers, because there's even something here with the PS5 and the PS Remote and stuff like that got 4K views. I'd be doing like some comparisons. I'd be taking some sweet thumbnails with these. I'd be getting some product photography going. Yeah. So I'd be doing that. I think would have like potential. I'd even consider doing a video on a controller versus an arcade stick, and like, because that's a video I could see getting views.
All right, let me address something real quick, because some of y'all don't understand how things work, and I want to talk to y'all real quick. So a couple of y'all are saying that Roberto missed super chat, and unfortunately, it does happen.
Which ones?
Yeah, I guess Simply Pop said he did one. Then you have one up here from Triathlon Tip.
I can see. I don't see that one. Simply Pops. Did you ask for a channel review? Because I mean, I can do one for Simply Pops, and I just happen to not see that one, because I think I got most of these. I think I did literally get most of them.
Yeah, you got a Brandon Roberts.
Triathlon Tips. I remember the rules said that those were on $20 super chats. I'll take a peek at it and everything. But I said that, and I also closed channel reviews a long time ago. I closed channel reviews over 20 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago.
The other thing is that when you have this many people in the live chat, y'all, there are going to be things that are going to be missed. Super chats are going to be missed. My small channel will have missed super chats myself. It's a human mistake. We all make them. When y'all have live streams that have like a bunch of people in the chat, y'all
Man,
go
people are
kind
gonna
of
be like
real
that. I could
fast.
just literally just not do channel reviews except for and do like a channel members only stream and not do it. If people are gonna be very vocally upset about it and not be understanding, I could absolutely just not do them. Channel
No,
works well with or without them, you know. I mean, we brought back the Sunday streams. I could just not do them or make them only channel members only.
I think people just need to realize that sometimes things are going to be missed, and getting mad about it is not good. Not good. But we appreciate all y'all being here for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And like, and again, it's been on stream for almost 4 hours now. Like it's been stream for almost 4 hours. You know, we've been trying to get to everybody. We've been trying to YouTube is one of those things where people are never happy. Nothing ever satisfies anybody ever.
You should know that better than most, man. You've been
that's why the biggest YouTubers all post in Ghost now, and nobody's in their comments anymore, and nobody's in their own comment section anymore. YouTubers post a video and then go on with their life, and they do not reply to any of their comments. They don't live stream with their audiences. That's why almost no one with 1 million subscribers does anything with their community anymore, because nobody's ever happy with anything, and nothing's ever good enough. Brandon, I'm having a problem finding your channel. I don't know what's going on. Like, it is a common name, but still, it's weird that I can't even filtering. Can't find your channel. Let's see. I think I may have found it. Let's see if this is it. 916 subscribers, 22 videos. Yeah, this looks like this is it.
You know what I missed though? I missed the day where we could like click on somebody's name in the live chat and then take us directly to their channel.
I missed that feature in YouTube so much.
Why did they take it away? Why?
It was probably some people. You know this. People abuse features in YouTube all the time, and then YouTube has to make changes.
Man.
People abuse things in YouTube, and then YouTube has to make changes.
Terrible.
But I think I found it. And I'm also looking at the same time. I'm trying to go back through super chats. I did a thing where I'm using StreamYard's feature where I've been trying to star the super chats so that I can keep track of them, and that's why I've been able to bring them up and backtrack. But it's not perfect. But again, I've also been trying, and again, it's a lot to keep up with, because the chat's been flying by. Like, and I love that you guys are an active chat. It's just that it's been flying by, so it's like made the super chats somewhat difficult to keep track of. But I've been trying to do my best. I'm just out here doing my best, and I think I got like majority of them, and I think we're gonna get this one. And Simply Pops, I'm not sure that Simply Pops asked for channel review, but I'm happy to give him one. And he's like, because he's crushing it. I don't even think he like necessarily needs one, but like definitely crushing it, and definitely happy to do that. We answered a bunch of questions super chats too that weren't about reviews, that were just questions, and we shouted out like even the $2 super chats because we appreciate everybody. So like, you know.
Oh, yeah. All right, my first question for you: where's your channel banner, man?
Yeah, that's something that was weird, and that was something I noticed right away. And again, I'm just trying to make sure that I didn't miss any other major ones. So let's see. Simply Pops will definitely hit you. We've got that. Office. Right. I think Office Mystic, but I think I'll double check and see if we didn't get you, but I think I don't think we got you, so we'll definitely hit you up. Yeah.
All right. My first thing, man, is these thumbnails are not doing it for me at all. Your text is hard to read. They're like pixelated, and
some of them are too repetitive because I could see someone thinking they watched it already if it shows up in their feed.
Although those are live streams, so I think those are a little different. But
Even
yeah,
with that, I don't do them that way. I know that some other YouTubers do, but I make them individual. Even with live streams, I'm telling you all, do not be lazy on the thumbnails. Even with live streams, don't be lazy on the thumbnails. Make them individual, unique thumbnails. And there's a few enough videos here to do that, especially if they're going to have any replay value. And with building apps and doing web development, like if we go to YouTube and if I type in web development tutorial, if I type in web development tutorial, some of these are not great, but this is a like this one from devsmac, this is a 5 out of 5. That's a 5 out of 5. Coder 5 out of 5 thumbnail. And those do not look like they would be that challenging to make for the same style that you have. You could make those. Even this one, that is a lecture style one from Nerd's Lesson. That wouldn't be a hard one to make, and that one's at least easy to read. This one, learn HTML in 1 hour, build your first website. None of these thumbnails are something you couldn't make in Canva right now. And these are what a 4 out of 5, a 5 out of 5, even a 3 out of 5 would look like, and they're getting views, and that's what people would click on. Even this one that's closer to your style is done very differently and is like very clean, very easy to read. So there's a lot of examples of exactly what could be an effective thumbnail for what you're trying to do when it comes to web development. And then it just goes into my own personal recommendations after that. So again, Brandon, I think that with these thumbnails, I think there's more effort that can be put in here. And I think that they could be made a lot more practical for people and a lot more engaging, especially even on the replay value. And again, it seems like people want to learn this stuff from you. So I just think that there could be more to it. And if you're going to do it as streams, I would go a couple times a week or at least every week. But like, you know, good hustle. And I think there's something here. People clearly are enjoying what you're doing, but I think they could have more consistency. And I think that the thumbnails deserve as much effort as anything else. So that's my thought. Anything to add, Viper?
No, I think, like I said, the big thing is you might want to think about implementing a channel banner, and yeah, work on the thumbnails. Definitely,
that too, a channel banner could help a little bit.
Work on the thumbnails, definitely.
And then on the home page, looks like you've got some playlists built out. Again, I think, yeah, put the effort into thumbnails. I think everyone should just be, and I bring this up, and that's why this is a thumbnail workshop. Y'all don't understand. Topics, titles, thumbnails, they all matter. And it's the first decision we get to. And again, reusing something that's way too similar can make us think that we've already watched the video. So be careful. Even if you're going to template out thumbnails, they need to be different enough. Remember what I showed you guys, I template out thumbnails, but I make them different enough. I make them different enough because it does matter.
Yeah, you can have a thumbnail template and make it to where you can like do different things with the template to make the thumbnail seem different enough. I mean, it's definitely doable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. 100%. For the call-in show, we're only going to have that be like 15 minutes, 20 max, because we're getting through the remaining super chats, and then we'll do that for the members, and then we will be out because it's Sunday, and I'm gonna have to do Sunday dinner. I'm gonna have to unwind after this and get rest for the week, because I got 3 videos to put out this week on YouTube. I've also got to do a members only video. So I've actually got a lot to do there. I've got 3 potential interviews this week for the podcast, Viper. And I'm bringing on a couple of huge people this week for the podcast. I'm bringing on a gaming YouTuber that's crushing it. I'm bringing on Creekcraft, well over 1 million subscribers, one of the biggest people in YouTube gaming. We're going to talk about gaming channels. I got some other folks lined up. Probably going to ask you to come back to the channel to just talk about some more general YouTube things and updates. And so podcast, there's probably 2 to 3 episodes of the podcast this week. There's 3 videos coming out, 2-3 videos on the main channel this week. There's a lot. So let's look at Simply Pops. I love Simply Pops. We talk in Clubhouse Sometimes we talk in Twitter, and so dig your content, and branding is on point. I love this is good branding, y'all, and this is good product thumbnails. This is thumbnails without faces. This is gold star. This is gold star. This is what 5-star thumbnails look like. This is good.
I got beef though. I got beef, Pops. I got beef.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Viper.
Your banner, your channel banner looks like I'm on a barbershop channel, my dude, because it doesn't tell me anything about what your channel is going to bring me.
It doesn't have anything tech in it, but I mean, I respect the branding, but it doesn't have anything.
I didn't say it looked bad. I'm just saying that
it's clean.
looking at it, I can't tell what the title's going to be about. So
that's fair.
Think about
that's fair. It's clean. It's clean, but Ultimate Cable Management Guide. This one maybe theoretically is a search video. The production value is no different on this channel than it is on any of his other videos, and yet this is not necessarily a video that the audience asked for. But excuse me, but it is a utility video, and I do like utility videos, but it's not necessarily a video that the audience asked for. So I think that could be a problem, and that could be affecting the views. I'm shocked at the fact that, well, actually, I'm not shocked. This iPhone 11 video, I think the only way for it to have worked would have been to compare it to the latest iPhone. Because I just like, even though it should resonate with people and people should click on it because it will be cheaper to buy a refurbished iPhone 11 than most other iPhones you could buy. But if you compared it to the iPhone SE 2022, that might have done better because in the title, and if that was in the title and in the thumbnail, because it would have been like, if I'm paying the same price or a little bit less, which one do I get? That's more of a buyer's type question. So that's a little rough in terms of that one with the topic. Sometimes no matter how big your channel is or how many views you get on your previous videos, some ideas will underperform. Because guys, look at this. Pop's got 100,000 views 2 weeks ago on a video. The next 4 videos underperform. But in terms of concepts, I think the iPad video will do well, though. I think the iPad video will do well.
The other thing I could tell you is you might want to work on making your titles a little bit shorter. They're kind of long. And
they are getting truncated. So they're getting cut off by YouTube.
Yep.
But depending on where you view them, the full titles might be there. But I start to think about that a little bit. So the Apple product stuff and the Samsung stuff, they perform and they vary. Timing matters because some of these, the iPhone user perspective is always a good title for a video, to be honest with you, if you're doing a non-Apple product. The accessories, that's a win, clearly. Some tech, some things in tech are going to underperform with the audience sometimes. It's just how it is.
Don't I know it?
But the thing is, you're consistent enough, Pops. You're consistent enough to where you're not going to have too many videos before you go back to a performer. How much YouTube paid me, I know that that's a YouTube meta thing, and it's sometimes nice to share the YouTube journey stuff, but it clearly underperformed with the audience. Again, I just don't think that everyone can make those videos and get views for them. It's a YouTube meta thing. Your audience probably is not going to be a lot of content creators. Same thing with this Mr. Beast Burger. That's fun to be part of the YouTube community, but your audience is not really watching for your YouTube journey. They are watching your YouTube journey, but they're not watching for your YouTube journey. Those kind of videos, y'all, might be more of a members only thing, because I know we like to talk about that stuff. That's really only for ride or die fans. It might as well sit in members only behind a paywall.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I love these thumbnails. Most of these thumbnails are a 5 out of 5. Why did this Mac Pro 1 month later video underperform? It is such an expensive product, but people are watching videos about it. But it is, I understand, and it prices people so much out of the market for that MacBook Pro, but I feel like it shouldn't have underperformed like that. I really don't know what happened here.
There's a lot of competition with that. That's probably what happened.
What do you mean?
There were a lot of people making those videos about that old new MacBook.
Oh, in terms of the timing, you mean it's like the market was saturated at the time. But even so, I mean, even so, this is a high demand product. This thumbnail was a little weaker down here on that one. Again, some videos will be hit or miss. Generally speaking, more hits than misses.
Yeah, he's doing great. I mean, the dude is doing
great.
amazing. Yeah,
he's doing great. I mean, it's just you always want outside opinion and everything like that. I think the biggest thing though is I think for a lot of creators, if they actually look at what their audience is rocking with the most, it's easy to identify their hitters. It's easy to identify the product categories and types of concept videos that they respond to the most. And then I would triple down on those. Like looking at Pops's top 20 videos, I probably would consider when I make a video, is it going to be one of my top 20 videos in the future? Like there's a theory of YouTube. It's not satisfying. It's not fun, but there's a theory of YouTube that I have that comes down to do not upload a video that your audience didn't ask for, which makes it, that's not fun, but it does work. That's not fun, but it does work. But again, I could see how that could burn people out. It does work. I mean, the biggest YouTubers all burn out, though. Yep. Small YouTubers have more fun. Big YouTubers burn out, but it's because big YouTubers do what works over and over and over and over again until they're sick of it. But it does work. It does grow channels. It does print money. Yeah, there's all of the videos that you've made that do over 100,000 views are the roadmap for the selection filter of what videos to make or not to make. And that would be how I would analyze your channel is I would filter through basically everything that got 80 to 100,000 views. And I would use that as the basis for how to make videos that will always hit with the audience. I would also try to replicate my best hits. And that usually works. That's how people get to 1 million subscribers, is they replicate their best hits on a, they spread it out. They don't go overboard with that, but they do enough of it.
Yep. Yeah, to Roberto's point, I would try to stay away from the non-tech stuff if I were you, my dude. I mean, obviously your tech content is hidden, and the audience, they are going to care very little about how much you get paid on YouTube or you having a Mr. Beast burger. They're there for the technology.
I mean, the channel members might, again, if they're just the ride or dies who say, I rock with you on everything.
Yep.
So right. Office Mystic, let's take a look at what you got going on. Thumbnails could be better. 650 views. Shorts are hit or miss for you. It's interesting that you're experimenting with shorts. Shorts could do well for you. I would experiment with putting that same content in TikTok if I were you.
I don't even know if I would say thumbnail could be better. I would just say that the thumbnails need to be more varied.
I think the thumbnails could be better, and they do need to be more varied. Because again, I could easily see thinking I already watched this video if it shows up in my feed. And it's actually hard sometimes. People do, this is search-friendly evergreen content on Excel and stuff like that. I would be just consistent on it, and it's not doing terrible. It's not doing terrible. The short stuff is interesting that it can perform like this. So maybe keep hitting some of that and keep playing with that. But I would try to figure out how to take these thumbnails a lot further and to make variations of them, like Web was saying, make them look more varied. And again, because I could see thinking I watched it already. But I don't think it's a bad start. I just think that for taking a long break from YouTube and coming back, I think like with consistency, I don't think it's a bad start. I think the YouTube Shorts part is really interesting, how that's performing though. Because I could see that. I wonder how this channel would do with live streams, if I'm being honest. Microsoft 365 tutorials.
See, That's what I love about channel banners. Channel banners that tell me what to expect from the channel. I love that. That is great.
Yeah. Hmm. I think there's a lot of research that can be done to know which things people are looking up and trying to solve problems for. And I think that the tutorials on this could be focused much more on being searchable. And then I would try to win with making the best thumbnails in search. If you look at the topics around Microsoft Office, if you look about Microsoft Office, and if you look at like Microsoft Excel specifically.
Ooh, I just thought of something. So your logo, it's cool. I like your logo, but I would recommend trying to put an actual professional headshot of you as your channel avatar,
Or
especially
even your character, But let's see.
Character too, but I would say I should make the picture of you though, since you're talking about Microsoft Office stuff. But my opinion.
Come on, stop struggling, Chrome. My God. So, I mean, for Microsoft Excel, you don't have to necessarily do a lot to make thumbnails people click on, because they already know that this is like tutorials, that they don't have to be over the top. But it's like, but people are putting in some effort and they're like leaning into the branding. So, I mean, I think it could, I think there could be more effort. Oh, that one's really good. Teachers Tech, that one's really good. Yeah. I think there could be more effort there. And so when I see what's hitting and what's ranking, I'm like, I want to beat. Again, this is the thing. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. So like when I see my thumbnails and then I look up the topic and then I see other people, it's like, and then I go, I just want to beat them. I want to make a better looking thumbnail than them because it's book by its cover. Books by its cover. If I go to the bestseller shelf and I see what people have on the bestseller shelf, my book cannot look less than. It cannot look less than. If I see everybody dressed up for a party, I cannot be less than. So you have to compete, and that's, you know, that's what I would say about that. Little Mouse Productions, you did not do a full $20 super chat, which was the thing. It's $10 Canadian, but I'm just gonna do a brief look at the channel anyway, and then Viper, there haven't been any new super chats that we have missed or anything, because we closed channel reviews like 45 minutes ago.
Nope, this is gonna be it right here.
Okay.
It's gonna be the door closing.
Closing time. Let's see.
Also, shout out to it's Jazzy Yo for becoming a new channel member.
Oh, thank you, Jazzy. Okay, so let's take a peek at this. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so this is in a kid's niche, like we talked about. Bright colors, good.
That banner is popping.
Popping. I think the problem is going to be kids don't subscribe, parents do. You know, I think kids don't subscribe, parents do. The views are amazing. See, this is what I mean. Like, you can get characters and bright colors work. See, you did the Little House music mix, and that didn't work out because I think that was about your brand, and that didn't work. The amount of content here is volume-wise is stunning. I think that you're probably benefiting somehow from YouTube, the YouTube Kids app, but there's not like really a good consensus on how to leverage YouTube Kids. Thank God, because people would probably use that for nefarious purposes. The things that seem to work are the sing-alongs and the music stuff. And again, characters in bright colors. This is actually really good. This is actually really impressive. I do like what I'm seeing here. The issue.
Go
ahead. No, go ahead, Viper.
I'm gonna say, YouTube Shorts are not doing you any favors. You're spending a lot of time on them, and they're not giving you any results.
No, YouTube Shorts don't work when it comes to kids content, as best as I can tell.
I would get away from those.
I would stop doing YouTube like Shorts on this channel.
Yeah.
I would make a YouTube Shorts channel, if anything else, and I would scrap. I would take these all off of this channel. I'd make a YouTube Shorts channel if you want to try it, but I don't know how to do. But it's not working on this channel, so I'd scrap it.
Yeah, every video that's hitting on this channel it's not a short.
I'd scrap it, and I'd basically at this point make this channel sing-alongs, if it's not already. Because again, if I sort by most viewed, And see, and you don't even need see what I mean, people? You don't even need subscribers. It's nice to have, and it will let you monetize, and it'll do all the things. But it's like this channel is freaking crushing it on views. But again, the kids stuff, I don't know that you can make. Depending on how it goes, it's hard to make money, especially in a post-COPPA world with what YouTube did with the Child's Online Privacy and Protection Act, what the government made them do. Like, see, this would have been different years ago. This would have worked out differently years ago. This would have been a money printer years ago. Now, I don't even know if it can make money because of how they regulated everything. Because of how they regulate everything, I don't even know if this channel can make money. Like, and by that I mean I don't know if it would be allowed to really truly make the money it would deserve. Like, this channel deserves to make money, and this channel is doing a great job, and it's like it's doing so much right. But the way that the regulations for social media companies are going, I don't know that a channel like this can make money in the future, which is really sad.
Somebody in the app asked a question that I thought about myself, but I think you just hit on it, but I'll ask you again so we can have it out loud. With the metric ton amount of views this channel is getting, why do they have less than 1,000 subscribers?
Because it's targeting kids. Kids don't know how to smash subscribe. It's because it's kids. It's kids, and it's in the YouTube Kids app. In the YouTube Kids app, I think after COPPA, I don't even know that you can subscribe from the YouTube Kids app, because I guarantee you that's where these views are coming from.
Okay, that makes sense.
I guarantee you, it's like if you're in the YouTube Kids app, you can't necessarily benefit from that. It's a whole different animal to be in the YouTube Kids app. It's something entirely different. Triathlon. You know what we missed? We missed triathlon tips with Coach John. Even though it's a $10 super chat, we're just gonna go ahead and do it. I do want people to remember to read, like when I make rules for, because next time we're not going to do it that way, because I do want people to just honor the rules the way that they're written in the description and not get overly excited and just do stuff. It's like, because it's not necessarily fair to everybody that did the things that the rules stated. But, we're just trying to honor the super chat and,
It's funny that you say read the rule, because the rule clearly states
that people don't even do that with their YouTube channels anymore. So
the rule clearly states that the reviews are not guaranteed, even if you donate. It literally says
ding,
right
ding,
there.
Ding, 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 ding.
But
yeah. Thumbnails are a 2 to 3. Fairly consistent uploads. What performed the best? Specifically, focusing on the Ironman triathlon aspect of it, the views on this overperform significantly, which is once again, I'd focus in these thumbnails. Now, these thumbnails, the thumbnails that overperformed were thumbnails that I think are a 3 or a 4. These thumbnails that performed were like a 3 or a 4, with the exception of the COVID triathlon thing, which I think it's the timing and it's the topic that performed there. The rest of these are more of like these are 3s, sometimes 4s. And so these are getting views. These ones that are over 1,000 views. So like, this is practical. So I think the content is there. I think it's a good resource channel. I think it's also very niche specific. I wonder what gets views in the triathlon niche.
I have an issue with the thumbnails. My issue with your thumbnails is that I think you're, me personally, it's my opinion, I think you're trying to be too cute and you're not putting enough of you in the thumbnail.
I'd like to see more of something that demonstrates the thing that I'm going to learn about in the thumbnail. But the triathlon space may not need to be as high quality on thumbnails because people are getting views on very basic thumbnails. But a lot of that's also literally just showing themselves running or biking.
Exactly. All these thumbnails are what I'm talking about. When you talk about triathlon, I'm expecting a person that looks like they're in tip-top shape, because you kind of have to be to run a triathlon.
Coach John is for his age. Like,
right. So people should see that in the thumbnail. And that's what I'm missing from your thumbnails. I'm missing the people seeing you in tip-top shape. And I mean, by the way
Coach John would outrun me, and I was a track and cross country runner, and I'm pretty sure Coach John would outrun me. But I think if that was represented, I get what you're saying, because if that was represented in the, even in the video, some of the footage is actually a better thumbnail than the. Interesting. But I mean, again, I see what he's going for.
Yeah.
And some of it's got views. So it's like, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying topic wise. So what I would do is I like these topics. These topics are working. The titles are correct. If the thumbnails could be made more effective, then the view potential could be higher. The views could be 10 times what they are under the right conditions. Under the right conditions, there's a potential here for 10 times as many views.
Yeah. When you're talking about a triathlon and people get into the very best shape of their life, your thumbnails and the way you craft them now, I don't get that, man, I'm here to get in the best shape of my life. I know what you're trying to do here, but you're trying to do like the regular YouTube thing, and I don't think that's gonna work for this type of content that you're trying to do, or talking about running a triathlon. So you need more you in the thumbnail, more you in your body, your running motion, and different things like that. I mean, here's the hack, and Roberto has been doing it pretty much all stream long. But if your videos aren't performing and you think it might be your thumbnails, type in the topic that you're trying to make your video about, look on page 1, and scroll up and down page 1 and look at the thumbnails that are on page 1. Those are the thumbnails that are performing, and you've seen Roberto do it all night long.
In business, what we do is we do a lot of market research. By the way, right. Simply Pops, if you're still here, we did get to you because I'm just going back over the chat here.
He saw it.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I mean, you all need to go look and see and research which thumbnails are performing in your niche or your topic area, and then take some inspiration and then try to make thumbnails along those lines. I mean, clearly the thumbnails that are performing up there for a reason. So you have the data right there in front of you. You just have to learn how to use it.
Jazzy Yo, thank you for being a channel member. Really do appreciate it. Let's see, I'm just catching up on these chats here. I'm just catching up on the chat in general. Let's see. Yep, Nick is awesome. Nickname is awesome. Jeremy, what's up, homie? Appreciate you. I think Jeremy, super chat. Yeah, Jeremy, we can look at yours, and that's it. That's literally going to be it, though. Jeremy is a graphic designer, so I'm expecting fire.
That means if it's not fire, Jeremy, you're in trouble.
All right, so let's see. So these are some older popular uploads. Let's go and see what's going on currently with the videos, because there's a lot of historical stuff. Let's see what we've got going. Brand and logo design, new videos every week. Okay, so you're doing YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts can be hit or miss. Hot new brand identities for April episode 2. Like Jeremy, for the episode 2 for this brand identities thing, it's like I would go a different route with this. I would do more of like what Chris Doe is doing over on The Future for some of these thumbnails. This logo, how much does a logo cost? This is like a really good thumbnail. Logo cost, that's a good thumbnail. Ranking graphic design apps. This was a close but no cigar on the thumbnail. Because I will say this, actually, I walk something back. Being a great graphic designer doesn't always work for YouTube, and here's why. As graphic designers, we over-communicate everything. Graphic designers over-communicate everything. These Adobe Illustrator thumbnails are fire, and I do like them. And there's other thumbnails here that are fire. A well-designed thumbnail is not the same thing as an effective thumbnail. Primary example, how to remove background in Adobe Illustrator. This one communicates exactly what is necessary, and that's why it has 300,000 views. This one from 11 months ago, Trendy Glass Morphism, this is perfect. The grain and texture one, these Adobe Illustrator, so the ones where you're strong are these. The quality of your current thumbnails doesn't seem to align with these, and that could just be an overthinking it thing or change in direction. But these were clearly working, and this was a direction that was getting views. And some of it's even within the last couple of months. This Photoshop one with fixing lag, it worked. It got 40,000 views. So what I would say, which is it has more views than you did subscribers. So again, one of the issues, and I've ran into this myself as a graphic designer, is sometimes we over design and over communicate and we don't focus on effectiveness. This one was smart. Again, Adobe Illustrator, you got the Adobe Illustrator logo, fix lag, how to fix lag in Adobe Illustrator 2021. Tells me what it is, no frills, get into the video. The black and white part with you, that makes it more interesting than you just being there to be there. So again, you have the capacity to make great thumbnails. And their effectiveness of when you communicate just enough, when you only communicate enough and you show us the thing, you show us more than tell, it works. Free icon packs, this is great. How to fix bounded boxes, this is great. These are working. The latest stuff needs to come with this level of fire. The latest stuff needs to come at this level. It's a trap of graphic designers sometimes to where we just we over design and we give away too much and not, you know, make it interesting enough to click sometimes. Because if you're doing something that might need to over communicate so it can sell something in the street, which is what a graphic designer is usually doing, we mess up on YouTube because there's not enough intrigue. It becomes a less is more. That's why I started taking or using as little text as possible. Viper, you might notice this. I started doing as little text and stuff as possible, and my stuff started doing, like, working out a lot better in a lot of cases. With it became a less is more. Like, you realize some of my best performing stuff doesn't even have words anymore.
Yeah. You know me when I always talk about
I went to
how
concepts.
that's tech. Yeah, that's tech.
I went to concepts. I went with strong concepts. And again, I still have the occasional flop. Like, I went to stronger concepts and everything got better. Stronger concepts. I started stripping out text and going to stronger concepts a while back. And when I use text, I use it sparingly and it seems to work. And I just try to communicate and demonstrate and not not rely on. And see, this is why I moved away from the live stream show templates, and you can see I doubled like the reviews and performance by moving away from the templates and making every live stream unique. So again, concepts and not over communicating, doing just the right amount.
Y'all know how they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Think about your thumbnails in that same light. The reason why we keep harping on less text is because your pictures or your thumbnails should be a picture that can tell its own story without text. Now, there are going to be times where you want to add text, and text will be necessary to complement whatever title that you have. But I always say keep it to 3 words or less if you got to have text. But your thumbnail should be able to tell a story on its own without text.
I mean, and it can work, or with as little as possible. The I quit thing and the dollar signs and that worked. Yeah. The YouTube just had me photo, YouTube thumbnail, and just like some lighting that worked. How I got started, and then I do this thumbnail arrow, like mistakes, number 5, and a dollar sign. Again, I did some things, and like I focused on the elements that I thought convey the most impact to what the audience actually cares about. And I also trade in on what they recognize: dollar signs, numbers, faces, emotions, smiley faces, frowny faces, play buttons, logos, icons, dollar sign. Like I focused in on the again, the most impactful, most important, most valuable thing to the viewer. What would be the most valuable thing to the viewer? Like, look, 4,000 hours watch time, the YouTube thumbnail, and a clock conveying time, the 40, Graham Stefan over here, and it did better than the video with Graham. Like, passive income ideas, dollar signs, green is growth, money, create some tension with the black, again, minimalist elements. Like, there's this I'm doing this one last channel review. Like, no more channel reviews. I'm gonna make a ticker right now. I'm gonna make a banner. Like,
You keep saying that, but you keep doing reviews. Stop it.
because I don't want people to be sitting here being mad about but anyone who does a super chat after this, it's their own fault. Like, no more channel reviews. They are closed. Scroll across, bottom, add banner. And where is it? There. Now, if anybody does it, it's not my fault. Not my fault now. All right, so this is the last one. Abaleo. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Abaleo. But again, nobody else. This is it. This is the last one. So Abaleo. Movie, series, and game reviews. I think mixing them is a mistake. I know people want to do it. Oh, I like more than one thing. I think it confuses the audience. There's a reason Jeremy Johns, if I'm not mistaken, does movie reviews and not game reviews. I think that mixing them up is a mistake. I think you have to choose. Let's see. I don't think that your character art or anything like that adds anything that makes these thumbnails more clickable. And I think that these aren't always the best choices in characters or frames or things from like the movie to do a movie review. So I think these thumbnails are not as clickable as they could or should be. So if I was going to do what would I do if I was going to do a movie review? Let's see. Let me see if there's a way to literally in Photoshop make a movie review thumbnail in Viper. What's a new movie that's out or something? Or what's a good movie that's out?
Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is the big one this weekend.
Wonder if I can get images for that without spoilers. Although I literally played the game, so I should already know.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, an easy way to do it. Can y'all hang on? I need to show my screen so y'all can Oh yeah, I need to change the screen share to the Photoshop window. Photoshop. I mean, a real easy way to do movie review stuff is to literally use artwork from theoretically the to some extent. Again, I'm gonna alter it in Photoshop, and it's again, you could argue some fair use issues, but this is fair use because you're doing reviews. Reviews are commentary, so it's fine under fair use technically. But all right, so obviously this part is the part that is, let's say, the poster or the movie poster art. Okay, so then how do I do something with this? Well, if I go into Photoshop and I make a rectangular square, and then I hit Shift and A, and I use the direct selection tool, I can technically make this trapezoid. And this is good for making thumbnail templates in general. I do this in the YouTube starter kit, so I can make this trapezoid.
You're not showing anything if you thought you were.
I thought I was.
No, now you
okay. All right, so again, I'll do this over. I'll just literally do this over. Okay. So with Sonic the Hedgehog, I can do a couple of things. I can either find a dope image, or I can use the movie poster. let's see. Actually, nope, that's too small. Let's see. So you can go a couple of ways with this. Oh, that's too small also. Oh, this is kind of cool. So I found this image, technically fair use, but I'm going to make some alterations. But I'm also going to literally just simplify this in terms of text and make this as clickable as possible. Because again, I don't think that for most people, adding their branding does anything. There's also something to be said for knowing which fonts. There is a font. I'm trying to remember what it's called. There's a font that actually works better for this. Like there's a font that's kind of comic booky. I'm trying to remember what it's called. This one's not bad though, but I can also right click on this and I can, or actually I can go transform. With this one, I could probably create like some faux italic. So I can create some faux italic. Probably could put a drop shadow on this. And again, if I don't like this font, there are other fonts I could probably choose. What's a good font that like there is, I forgot what it's called. There's a font that I specifically have. Actually, that's not bad. What was that? This is actually pretty good for this type of thing.
That is good. Actually, the very first font you use was pretty good too.
Yeah. This isn't too bad. So again, this avoids the YouTube timestamp. This tells people that it is a spoiler-free review.
And that's another thing that I think a lot of people don't understand when they create thumbnails. You want to avoid the YouTube timestamp. It's not going anywhere. And if you don't take it into account, and you got
right-hand corner.
Yeah, you got stuff that's gonna be blocked out by the timestamp, and it might mess up your thumbnail. So be aware.
Yeah. Probably do a little bit of a curves adjustment on this because I do think brighter works better on this. That's probably a little too much. That's probably fine or close. And that is just more clickable than not. Yeah. That's more clickable than not. And if I need to space this out, I can. Just option and right arrow. So if it's a spoiler review, it could just be spoiler review or spoilers or, top 10 WTF moments, whatever. But like this basically gets you a usable YouTube thumbnail for movie reviews. So that's one route you could go with it. Another route you could go with it could be you could do something like this. Have this here. You could use the rectangle tool, and instead of just making a plain rectangle like this, you can hit A, Shift, and use what's called the direct selection tool. You click one of these corners, and you drag one of these corners while holding Shift, and it makes a trapezoid, and you convert it to a shape. Now, the cool thing about this being with the rectangle shape tool is you can also choose a color. You can do whatever. You can go with like this orange. We can kind of almost go like Nick's colors. We choose an orange, and we could put a drop shadow on it. We could make that drop shadow a little softer or something. change some of the opacity, whatever we want to do. And then like we could either keep it like this, or we can use not multiply, not screen. What do we want to use? We'll use normal, but yeah, we can use normal, but we could put like a gradient on this or something if we really wanted to. Yeah, that's not bad. So then, okay, that's got some depth to it. And then we could do and let's make that smaller. That's larger, and what we're just doing is we're just doing basically word stacking here. I'm just using, again, you can learn the shortcuts for Photoshop when it comes to manipulating type and doing typesetting. You can learn the shortcuts in a weekend. It does not need to be some, oh, explain and tell me how you did that. It's like, I mean, I am just using Option Command and down for a lot of this, but again, you can just learn and look up the shortcuts, practice them for a week, memorize them, and you're good. Text, line it up, line it up. And I think that I'm eyeballing that. Looks right. So I can leave it like this, or I can add a drop shadow even to that. I don't think I really need one, or I could and just make it lighter, and then that looks kind of dope. And then I've got something that's a lot more clickable than what we were seeing on your channel. And so Viper, I mean, in terms of clickability, that's pretty clickable, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not even a perfect thumbnail. Like this is literally not me like putting in like all the effort in the world, spending an hour on making the most majestic thumbnail of all time, but it's clickable enough.
I'd say that's pretty good.
So again, if we look at that and then we go back like, to your channel.
For those of y'all who are asking, this stream will be available after we're done.
Yep. 4 hours and 20 minutes in. So yeah, call-ins are going to be very brief, but yeah. So again, I just think that making the best thumbnail possible for a viewer and not trying to worry about your branding is better. And that you could make doing like, again, this is harder to read and just putting in movie review or this or that. It doesn't really do anything. And it's not also not picking the most flattering photo per se for the viewer to make a choice. So, when you see something like this, and then like the way that I redid that thumbnail, again, if you look up any of these movies and you look up again, Rise of Skywalker review, and we know what a premium thumbnail looks like. Waiting. Yeah. It's like there are Chris Struckman obviously has his own brand, has the thing. It's like, so again, there are ways to make good quality like thumbnails that again entice viewers, get clicks. And again, I don't think it's about your branding. I think too many people do that. I think too many people focus on I want to put my logo in there, I want to put my character in there, I want my style of type or whatever. Make the thing that will get the clicks. And it's for movie reviews, I would make individual thumbnails and just make them the best that they could be for the movie reviews. So that's how I would run a movie review channel, is I would just make the best thumbnails possible. Yep. I mean, if adding break, I'm saying no one has to listen to my advice. No one has to listen to my advice. No one has to listen to my advice. Everybody can brand their videos, and then they can accept the amount of views that they're getting.
All right, so here's the thing about that question. When your brand is established, then yes, put it out there because people know it. But when you're first starting out, nobody knows you or your brand. So, especially when you're first starting out, you want to make the best possible thumbnails. You don't really want to brand it too much because nobody knows who your brand or what your brand is. So why put it out there if people don't know it? Now, again, when you get more established and your brand becomes a thing, then hell yeah, put it out there. But until you get to that point, you should be worried less about your own branding and more about getting the most possible amount of views possible, and just worry about the views.
If I was a channel reviewer, I'd be sitting there and I would make thumbnails that feel like the effort that the people put into the actual movie posters, if I could, and I would worry a lot less about. I would make the most clickable things, and I would get known for making the most clickable things. I'd make people talk about my actual video and commentary, and spread the word of that, and then have a thumbnail that's like, oh, that looks like the most effort in the world that a person could possibly put into a thumbnail. You know.
Yeah, again, when I used to make my thumbnails last year, I used to put my logo or brand in every thumbnail, and I'm like, and somebody told me like, why? Just make the best thumbnail, and I'm like,
I would just make making the best thumbnail. Make content for people who that someone can watch without knowing who you are and not caring who you are. Make them care by making them watch the video, but you can't do that if they can't click on the thumbnail. It has to be a thumbnail that somebody can click on without knowing you.
Yep.
It's got to be that this is without me knowing you. I can click on this thumbnail and I can really. So again, what we're going to do here is for the channel members, we are going to, I'm posting in the community tab for the channel members only. And for a brief period of time, you'll be able to hop on for 1 minute or so with me and Viper. If you have if you're a channel member, you'll be able to see this and you'll have that opportunity. And we're going to obviously kind of like screen you in the green room here. And like, you know, we don't want anybody making the stream something people can't watch. So want people messing around. So it's like April 10, live stream, hang via StreamYard. All channel members. All right. So that is out there for the channel members only. The channel members only, you are invited to the stream. If you go to the community tab in YouTube, it's there. The link is there. And so they can join us. So in the meantime, you and I can hang. Oh, we got Mr. Real Estate. All right. So we already got somebody that we can bring on the stream. Mr. Real Estate.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
It's doing good. Your audio is coming in crisp.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the review. You don't know what you don't know. And with me being so new to YouTube, I thought my thumbnails were maybe a 3, maybe a 3.5. It turns out I'm a 1, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now.
It happens, man. Yeah. So so Mr. Real Estate, you're also who watches the
Watchmen. Yeah.
Yeah. I assume your background, you're coming from real estate. You're wanting to do commentary, just like my friend Spencer Cornelia.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's someone that I really aspire to be at that level one day, him and CoffeeZilla. And, you know, I really appreciate your time. You've been going for about 4 hours, so I'll keep it short and sweet.
Sure.
With me just recently being monetized, obviously ad revenue is nothing. Thankfully, I did reach the payment threshold to get my first payment, and it's all due to super chats. So
that'll do it. With a streaming channel, same thing with my podcast.
Yep. So with that said, if my goal is to make $1,000 a month for my channel, what would you recommend focusing on the most? People talk about Patreon, people talk about merch, people talk about memberships. If you were Roberto Blake in my shoes, 1,000 subs, just got monetized.
Super chats. If you have a streaming channel, the main thing with a streaming channel is the audience rocks with you and supports you. And the thing is, as long as I would be streaming, as long as I knew like, all right, I have a good format to make my thumbnails and spin them up. Maybe it's Canva, maybe it's Photoshop. And I know I'm making 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 thumbnails. I'm making CoffeeZilla level thumbnails. Like, as long as I know I'm doing that and I got the skills for that and I can spin them up, I'd be streaming every day. If I want to make 1,000, I'd be streaming every day. I'd be picking my topics for the week. I'd be looking at the news. I'd be hitting hard-hitting topics and commentary of the things that my audience will care about. I would even consider looking at like the content of CoffeeZilla's greatest hits, looking in on those subjects and maybe doing streams on those subjects and where are they now. I would even consider possibly doing a series of where are the fake gurus, where are they now? And I could use Spencer and CoffeeZilla to make my hit list. And I could even put together a graphic that literally has like the whole strings thing and make my fake guru crime family or some. I would come up with gimmicks like that. And I would like have people and I would do super chats and have make it fun for people. I'd create segments. I'd have scam bingo and say, was this on your bingo card this year? And just like, and stuff like that. Merch. It's merch is one thing. I have a friend that coached with me, Dan A Drive. We're going to be doing a case study. We're doing a podcast episode and everything like that. 500,000 in merch, like, but that's an outlier thing. And there was a strategy and there's a reason, but like, it's possible. The thing is with a live stream, I would start to format it to where this thing could be a podcast. I would look at the fact that Spotify for video is going to let you start repurposing and monetizing there. You know, if you got anything at all going on Facebook, I think they're giving out bonuses right now. And they're giving just based on watch hours. If you qualify, if you can get Meta to monetize you with bonuses for live streams, if you live stream for 30 hours in a month or in 2 months, I think they give out $1,500 for that now.
And that's on Facebook?
On Facebook, yeah. Okay. So just look into it because again, you may or may not qualify for the bonuses, but you get what you get invited to their bonus program. They're paying just for watch time. They're paying just for watch time for that. I don't think that their monetization threshold will be as low as YouTube on everything else on the normal, but as long as they're hanging out bonuses, hey, and just repurpose the stream, use StreamYard, you know, like, so I think super chats is the first $1,000. Ad revenue, like you said, is like, but I think it's people rocking with you. And I think it's, you know, a month, it's $30 a day in super chats. I mean, maybe it's got to be a little bit more because YouTube takes their cut. They take their 30%. So maybe it's got to be like $45, $50 a day in super chats, but you can have good days. You could have $100 days. Who knows? Yeah. And if you pick the right topics, you're coming and you're hitting hard. You get loyalty. You might even get, if you set it up, you can have members and members can then be monthly. And then $1,000 a month is like what, 200, 300 channel members. And again, I don't know if the audience, like if you can get the loyalty, it may not be in the first month, but 100 days of streams, I can see getting 100, getting 100, 200 members, 100 days of streaming.
I see. No, sound advice. And the other thing I was wondering is, do you think that I should just double down on the live stream since that's the bread and butter? I've been clipping up the live streams into, 20-minute segments, kind of following the Vlad TV, rule of thumb. But I also was going to start looking into doing, standalone 15, 20-minute videos to try to diversify.
That's a maybe, but streaming, especially since you have your real estate career, like streaming is just such a faster turnaround. The bottleneck of editing and clipping is just so much. I would just and now that you're monetized, I would make the best thumbnails possible. Clearly your streaming quality is top notch. I'd make the best thumbnails possible, and I would just show up every day and do an hour to an hour and a half show, and just hit it every day. Research the topics in advance, have my segments, have my graphics, have my thing, and I would just hit that because it's 90 minutes and it's done. Mm-hmm. Editing could be forever for very little payoff. Once you have the live and it's out, you basically know what the payoff looks like. And it's back at it again tomorrow. And I do it Monday through Friday, or I do it daily, and I see what happens, and I would just do that for 90 days. And then I'll at least have some data and I'll know what's going on.
Perfect. Got it. And then the last question I had before I let somebody else hop up is About how many hours a week would you say that you spend on YouTube and your YouTube
I'm the
related
worst.
endeavors?
I'm the worst example of it because I've been doing this too long to where it's like I have too much speed and too much gear to streamline the process. I'm the worst example to go off of for that. I also am the idiot who still edits my own content because I could outsource this and I could do daily and churn if I outsource a lot of it. But like it's a matter of I was going to theoretically do that before COVID happened, and COVID's completely changed everything. So it's like I'm not a really good case study.
Gotcha. For sure. Well, hey, I don't know if there's other people in the backstage. I'd
There
love.
are.
Okay, well, hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I just really want to thank you for what you've been doing. I've been watching you since senior year of high school, back when
Oh
you were
wow, that's
doing Adobe tutorials
we're
and
bringing those
stuff.
back because we got some video edit. We need people video editing better.
For sure.
We need
But
people doing Photoshop thumbnails better. We need them doing editing better. We need better content. So we're back to tutorials.
gotcha. And then last thing before I go. So what happened today on Sunday? This is going to be a regular thing on Sunday.
We're gonna try to bring it back. This used to be a regular thing. We're gonna try to bring it back. The formats may vary here or there, but we're gonna try and bring it back. Next week is topics and titles, but we're doing it Saturday though because Easter Sunday next Sunday.
Okay, for sure.
So we're doing it Saturday. And
Well,
then
hey.
the following Sunday, we have something where we're going to talk about designing merch from scratch. So we're going to be in Spreadshop and they're sponsoring, and we're going to be like designing merchandise and like talking about print on demand. So
I got to tune into that. And actually, as far as the merch goes, YouTube doesn't allow you to sell merch straight from your channel until you hit what, like 10,000?
no, you can do it. It's just they won't give you the merch shelf until 10,000, but you can put a link.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
for sure. Well, hey, thanks again. I appreciate all the wisdom. Until next time, brother.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, we have Star. Hello, are you there? We can't hear you.
I think you might be
Hi,
muted.
how are you? This is amazing. Wow, I just saw the link and I clicked on. So yeah, I have a ton of questions. All right, I'm gonna try to keep it short. So I had planned
Uh-oh.
social media at the time. I'm like a full-time mom.
You cut out there. What
consider myself like a mom.
You cut out there.
Oh,
What were
sorry,
you saying?
Your signal is going in and out. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we're also
sorry.
going to switch the
Can you hear me
view
now?
here to this. Yes.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Live right now. Yep. Hi, can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about
Yes,
that.
we can.
Hey, how are you? So great to meet you. I've followed you for years. This is awesome. So let me plug my phone in. So I plan to do like full content recording and stuff like that. So I wanted to go full time, like with my YouTube, and I sell products and I started an LLC. So do you think I should like I've been watching Kelly Stamps, like as far as business, because I've been like seeing like, you know, the longevity is like having a business. So I have products to sell, like hair and makeup and things like that. Should I just tackle one thing first and then build an audience with one thing? Or should I just go in with everything, like with my cosplay, my whole business? I have my website up. I'm starting Queens, New York Comic Con.
I would focus on building an audience because you don't know, there's not proven demand before you do anything. You know, there's not proven demand before you did anything. I focused on building an audience for a long time, and I had skills and I had this and I had that, but I primarily, with YouTube at least, focused on building an audience and demonstrating value free upfront. And where I monetized was I was making educational content from the beginning. Like, what's your content?
So I wanted to record myself like sewing and making costumes, going to anime conventions, and just starting out with cosplay. And I was
So
contemplating.
it's an entertainment channel, or is it a channel on how to cosplay?
That's a good question. Like an entertainment channel / I'm not really too sure. It's like a variety of stuff because I have like had a family vlog type.
Nope. You know what I'm gonna say about variety.
Stick to one. Okay, one.
If you want to be like, if you just want to do it as if anyone wants to be a hobby creator and all they want is 1,000 subscribers, they can do anything they want and just try to make it work.
Can you still be successful like that as a business person, like with an LLC and just like build your customer?
If you're very fortunate You can be a variety creator and have a successful business. And I've almost never seen it. And when I say almost never seen it, I mean, there's 100 million content creators on YouTube. There are only 300,000 that have silver play buttons. Not all of them are even successful at that level. So the odds already are not great. Out of 100 million channels, only 3 million are even monetized and even meet the monetization thresholds. So that's already a 97% failure rate to be monetized. It's a 97% failure rate to be monetized. And then out of that, the remaining 3% of people that get monetized, only 10% of that ever get to a silver play button and 100,000 subscribers and a fairly substantial audience. 90% of YouTubers never get 10,000 subscribers, monetized or not. These are extremely, extremely high thresholds of things that make things non-viable, even when people do focus, even when people theoretically get it right, pick an audience, stay in a lane, the odds are still against them. The more things you add into the equation of trying to do everything all at once, especially even in the beginning and trying to be all things to all people, it becomes extremely more likely that you'll fail to get anywhere at all because you're pulling in too many directions and there's no concentration of effort, no concentration of energy, no concentration and effort of focus on the audience. It's not that it's impossible. People can do it. There are rare blessed unicorns out there. I just try to remind people that it's often very, very unlikely. And again, people wondering about these statistics. Some of them are published by YouTube. Some of them are published by Social Blade. Some of them are published by different various publications that do case studies. I'm not a bloody journalist. I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to kind of cite every source. And I know everyone's been asking for that. I know I sound testy. It's just that I've been streaming for almost 5 hours and I haven't eaten 5 hours. That's all it is. But it's like, and people don't have to believe me or take this seriously, but these numbers, the YouTube numbers on the how many people are subscribed, YouTube published that. As far as 300,000 people with silver play buttons, about 30,000 with gold play buttons, probably less than 1,200 with a diamond, if I'm not mistaken. It's probably less than that even. YouTube's published those numbers. Anyone can Google them. There's 50 million active uploaders to YouTube every month if you want to use that conservative number. And I think Social Blade has that number that some people have published and said 75 million. The contacts that I have in the industry have all said that globally, worldwide, if you count all existing YouTube channels, it's 100 million. But yes, only 50 million uploaders, active individual uploaders a month per se. So you could go off that number all you want. Like people can use whatever numbers they want to go and they could be conservative on those numbers. The reality is there's not a million channels that even have silver play buttons. There's not even a million channels with silver play buttons, no matter what you, so think about that. In the US, there are 36 million small business owners in the US. There are over 22 to 24 million millionaires in the US. This statistically, there are better odds of being a millionaire than being the successful YouTuber. And it's not even close in America. And we're talking global worldwide channels when it comes to YouTube, let alone English speaking channels. And there are localized channels that have massive populations and have an advantage and have a competition per se. Then you have all the established brands that have YouTube channels. Microsoft has 3 YouTube channels with silver play buttons. Adobe has 5 channels with silver play buttons. So half of those YouTube channels that are successful are corporations, celebrities, media companies, publishers, Fox News, CNBC's, various channels, Associated Press, all of that stuff, right? So it's like the odds are massively, massively against someone being successful on YouTube, assuming they did everything right. It is even harder if someone's all over the place, which is why I tell people if someone wants to do YouTube as a hobby, they can do it all and they can do anything, and God bless them. And you could probably maybe get monetized on YouTube, make a few coins on it. I do not think most people have the energy, bandwidth, and advantages to do everything all at once or be a variety channel on YouTube and be financially viable and successful and make it a full-time income. It is already very rare for people to do it in less than a year. It is usually 5 to 7 years for most people. There are people who get timing right and get it in 2 or 3 years. Kelly's a great example of that. But that's an outlier situation. In aggregate, with all the data we have on millions of channels, it is exceedingly rare for it to take less than 5 to 7 years to make YouTube successful.
Okay. Do you think someone should, if someone's trying to experiment and figure out like, hey, let me see what people respond to more, let me check the algorithm.
Those people should make 100 videos and make whatever they want and do whatever they want for 100 videos and maybe do that in 1 year and then see where it goes and test the data. And it also helps people get things out of their system because they feel stifled creatively. You have my permission. Everyone has my permission to make 100 crappy videos.
Yay.
Everyone has my permission to make 100 crappy videos. By the way, everyone stop tagging me in your 100 crappy videos and stop trying to use my name in your title of your 100 crappy videos. But you can make 100 crappy videos. Here's my thing though. Everyone's allowed to make 100 crappy videos on one condition. During those 100, they are never allowed to complain once about not growing. They are never allowed to expect anything from the audience. They are not allowed to complain about the views or the subscriber numbers on those 100 while they're doing whatever they want. Until someone commits to something, they're not allowed to complain about the results. That is my condition for everyone making 100 crappy videos.
So it might sound kind of crazy, but my plan to like build and grow was to start from the morning since I'm home full time. So I was gonna like post 10 videos every single day and then take the weekends off. No.
Nope. No. That does not work. That doesn't work. I think make videos, learn the process, taste it, try it out for a year, post 2 videos a week. Post 2 videos a week. Don't miss a week if you can help it. Don't miss a week if you can help it. Take 2 weeks off, 52 weeks in a year. Take 2 weeks off. Don't miss the other 50. Make 100 videos and try it for a year. See if you even like making videos. A lot of people find out they don't like this. A lot of people do this. They find out they don't even like it.
Well, I started like 10 years ago and I do enjoy making the videos. It's the editing that was the part for me. And I've been studying and trying to figure out now that I'm like home full time and, so I'm interested in like makeup and all the usual stuff, makeup, video games. I was going to be on Twitch. And
I think doing everything, I think if someone wants to do everything and do whatever they want and editing is a struggle, I think Twitch is a better platform. And I think you can be a variety streamer on Twitch.
What would I pick? Like in your opinion, like what should I pick if I was going to do makeup, hair, or cosplay and crafting and
I don't know what makes sense because I don't know what your circumstances are. This is like something that like, again, people have to figure out for themselves because it's like the thing you like doing, you may not be good at. Like you might be better at something, but the thing you're better at, you may not like it as much, which means you don't have the passion to sustain it. And the thing that you like that you're good at may not make any money, so then it's not financially justifiable. And then even if it is, well, is there an audience for it? The intersection, if you go back to one of the videos I've talked about making a successful YouTube channel, you have to make something you're passionate enough to keep up with, but it has to be something you're good enough at that deserves attention. There has to be an audience for it, and it has to make money to be able to financially justify the time taken from family. And it's very hard to find something that you're good at, makes money, there is an audience for it, and you like it, and you're not going to get bored. That's very hard for a lot of people. And some people, they can't do all of them. And some people decide, well, what I want is I want to change my life. So I will do what I'm good at that makes money, that there's an audience for, and passion be damned. And that's not a wrong idea. A lot of people do that. A lot of people even do that for careers, and a lot of people do it for a YouTube career. So that's on the table. The problem I have is that a lot of people, having it both ways is not for everybody. You can't always, there's not always a clear and easy way to do all the things you like and get to make money doing them.
So it sounds like maybe I should have 2 channels. One where I could just go crazy and have fun, and another one where it's strictly for business.
Either 2 channels, or I would do Twitch and be a variety streamer, because then at least it's not an editing siphon to do whatever I want and express myself and not have editing resources. It's done in real time and it's done once. So that's why I tell people who want to do variety content that they're better off with Twitch a lot of times and being a variety streamer, because you can do whatever you want and people accept you or they don't, and it is what it is. And at least there's no editing bottleneck that means that the effort feels wasted, because you just got to live your life on camera, and that was that. with YouTube, I'd pick something that has viability.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Yeah, no problem, Star. All right, we've got Fit Dad, and Fit Dad, it looks like you're going to be the last one.
I just noticed the email. My bad, bro.
You're all good. You're all good.
No, I didn't even know what was going on. I thought you were just having a live stream. I didn't even realize that I would be on the actual stream. So
Like that's yeah, no,
it's
that's
an
what we're
honor.
doing when we're telling people have their webcam and their mic. Yeah, yeah. You got anything to ask me or Viper?
Oh no, I'm just on my phone here. You probably hear my AC going over there. I don't know how much. If I could grab my
No, actually, we can't hear
earbuds.
it. It's actually it's pretty good. Your phone quality. Was that an iPhone?
It's the S21
Ooh.
Galaxy.
Yeah, not
But
bad. Not bad.
yeah, I really like StreamYard it's really good about taking that background noise out. I've noticed like if I try to stream without StreamYard, that background noise always picks up. And that's my kiddo. So
Hey, little one. Yeah, no, StreamYard's dope. So like how long like have you been watching the stream for a couple hours? How'd you like the stream that we did today?
I actually I got the email and I just clicked on it. So yeah, I've been actually talking with a friend and working on her son's truck. So I was actually working on a vehicle and I was going through my notifications and I saw your email and I clicked on it. I figured it was just a live stream. I didn't realize that it had been going on for 5 hours, but sorry about being late. But
no, you're all good. We did an all-day show, and you got to come on and hang with us for a quick second. But yeah, no, thanks for coming through. We're gonna start to close up the show, but it's like shout out to your little one, and thanks for joining us.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. It's really awesome. I mean, being on here with you guys and getting to talk to you personally. Yeah. So is this will this be on YouTube as like one of the members only?
The whole stream will be on YouTube for everybody. The members only feature is something new I'm doing for channel members because I wanted to figure out we have channel members, we have people who pay, and I want to give them value. I love the support, but it's like, hey, how can we make this more interesting? And so if at the end of a stream, even if it's just like 1 or 2 times a month at the end of the stream, if we can get people on for like 1 or 2 minutes, let them talk, let them hang out, that's worth it. That's like once or twice a month. Yeah. So that's something we wanted to add in addition to the fact that I'm eventually going to be doing some exclusive content, but it's exclusive access opportunity of, hey, you could hop on here and you could ask a question live on the show at the end of the show. And so, yeah.
Well, I've got 231 subscribers. I've been collaborating with another fitness channel. I think he just hit like 94. Our last show did really well. And we both gained, I think I gained 6 subscribers altogether just from that one show. And I think I've been getting better because in one of the streams, I can't remember if it was Daniel or whose stream it was, but I ended up winning the TubeBuddy Legends 1-year subscription, and I've really been putting that to good use. It's really, I love it,
Yeah, it's what I use.
Keyword research and everything.
I was showing off how I used the A/B testing, and I got 14% better results from it.
Yeah, I try to use that when I get time and have time to create a couple different thumbnails. But yeah, that TubeBuddy Legends, I'm gonna be very inclined to renew it whenever my whenever that 1 year is up, because it's gonna be hard to let it go and go back to the free version after having access to everything. But it's really helped him. We've gotten to where, we do a bi-weekly show, and at first we were hosting only on my channel, but I wanted him to, because he has less subscribers than me, but he has more experience as far as fitness goes. He's older than me, and he's a cardiovascular specialist, so I wanted to drive more traffic to his channel, so we've started alternating channels. but we have accumulated 5 people. I know that's not much, but I mean, we have roughly 5 people that come to every show. They've subscribed to both of our channels, and they know it's 2 p.m. on Fridays. Yeah.
It's not zero. Yeah. And then there's replays. There's people who watch replays.
Yep. And I've noticed that's where that Two Buddy Legends comes in, because I do the hashtags. I do, the first 3 I know are the most vital, and then I'll do maybe 7 or 8 more depending on the topic. I'm really particular about like the first 3 to 4 sentences.
Focus on titles.
I go to keyword research, and that's, I'm trying to get every title in the very good range, on the little gate has. I don't worry about score. Instagram, I don't believe is one of them, unless you do something else weird with like SMTP. But Facebook is. Facebook and Twitter, and LinkedIn. Yeah, I felt like I hit legend status today because Nick Nimmin actually followed me on Twitter this morning, and I was like, "What?" I don't have a very large Twitter account, but it's strictly. Oh yeah, I was really honored by it. I almost went and shared it with the group because I'm a member of his channel as well. But I was like, I don't want people like, oh, he doesn't follow me. So I was like, well, I'm not going to do it, So I sent him a DM, and I was like, hey, dude, I appreciate the follow. But I made that Twitter account just for the channel. Don't seem to get very much traffic from Twitter that I've noticed. Mostly,
it's not really for that. It's more for engaging with people in the community. But hey, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna close up the show and get everybody off to Sunday dinner.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about the kiddo, man. He likes to talk.
Kids are great. No, kids are great.
It was great being on, and it's an honor. And y'all have a great one.
Thank you.
Take care.
That's dope. All right, Viper, we've successfully made it through a almost 5-hour stream here. I'm wiped.
Yep, I think it's time to go play Din Din and all that good stuff.
No, it's that, and then it's a late dinner for me here on Sunday, and then it's me tucking in early because I'm old man Roberto, so like I'm doing that.
Sounds like
but yeah, how'd you think this little stream went in our grand return?
I don't know if I would call a 5-hour stream little, but I think it went well. I think the cool thing of that when you stream, that you provide value to your community, and that's why they keep coming back, and you've done that. So kudos to you, man.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna do 5 hours next week, y'all. I think we're gonna rein it in. We're gonna keep it like under 2. For real. We're gonna keep it under 2. Here's the good news. I know we can keep it under 2 next week because next week we're not doing channel reviews. So that's gonna keep it under 2. We'll probably literally keep review streams to a once a month thing, and we'll do super chats, and we'll do like learning, and we'll also do the members only stuff, and we'll do that. But we're gonna do like the reviews got to be a once a month thing, I think, like to be able to keep the rest of the streams sane.
Yeah, y'all need to stop acting entitled, man. I hate to be the bearer of bad news to y'all, but even if you super chat a creator, that creator is not entitled to give you anything or give you attention. It doesn't work that way, especially when the creator has rules in the description that you don't read that says that even if you super chat, you're not guaranteed a review.
We try. I try. It's like nothing, like not everything's ever good. And I try. Everyone tries. Everyone's out here doing their best.
Man. Y'all got to read the rules, bro.
Like everyone's out here doing their best. I try. I mean, it was one of the things where, again, I took a little bit of break from these on the main channel. I do enjoy the podcast, and podcast really goes well. And again, with the podcast, there's like it's support to support. It's like there's not like a thing. And again, like channel reviews are dope, and it does help prioritize, because otherwise it literally would just be like hundreds of free channel reviews, which is like not sustainable mentally. It's mentally very challenging. Believe it or not, it may not seem like it. Even micro reviews, because remember, I'm doing cold reviews without prep. When I do coaching, there's days where I get to like look at someone's channel, think on it, marinate. There's a whole questionnaire that my coaching clients go through, right? And so that's a whole different vibe, right? cold
Right.
reading channels and reviewing channels and coming up with something useful and actionable, not being able to see the back end, just being able to do at a glance reviews, it's actually harder than it looks. It's harder than it looks. And you know this, you do it all the time. Like, you know, because you do it for a day job. You do it for a day job.
Before we go, shout out to my man Big Cloud Gaming for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you coming through, my dude. Also, shout out to Jeff for Joy. I haven't seen you in a while, Joy.
Good Joy, what's up? Yeah, Joy. It's been a minute.
Appreciate y'all.
And then Big Cloud game. Did I miss Big Cloud's? Yeah,
he was above Joy.
Nice. Appreciate y'all. No, it's great. I enjoy these streams. I did miss these streams. I missed streaming with you. I feel like streaming with you is the best, to be honest.
I like streaming with you too, man. We just have good conversations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like definitely we can do the Sunday. Next week is Saturday though because of Easter. We can do the Sunday streams more often, and I'm down to do them. You know me. I'm always down for content, but I think that definitely the reviews have to be a once a month thing because I think it's just going to make them more manageable. And you know, there might be other things I can do with members because I like that. Like, I like this idea of doing members only stuff because when it encourages channel membership for sure. It also kind of creates a like kind of a buffer in terms of how much like, you know, stuff I have to like do or work through or stuff like that. So again, I just think it makes it really practical.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. The review stream probably should be a once a month thing for sure.
Yeah. But I think this is this has been fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. Like this has been a fantastic stream. It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Y'all behave, be kind out there. And yeah, we'll catch y'all.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely make sure there's something where if it's not a channel review stream, it's made very, very clear. But yeah, but no, it's good to be back. We appreciate y'all. Stay awesome. We'll catch you next time. Thank you again to Viper for coming through. Stay awesome, y'all.